one day. Y'all ain't ready for me.
Hustling, trying to survive, serving the king is such a shame, cause where we live is hell. So many's dying on the streets, are locked up in the cell. When we learn, brothers chief and getting high absurd, hanging out, smoking weed till the early morning. They need the Lord in their life, cause it's full of tears. And even if I have to die, I'ma reach my peers and let them know about the blood Jesus Christ shed. Cause if it wasn't for his mercy, we'd probably be dead, or somewhere lost inside this world, wasting life away. To all my people, hold your head, cause there's a brighter day. And just like Moses, I'm gonna lead my people to the light, with hopes and dreams, cause one day we're gonna get it right. I never doubt, cause with Christ all things are possible. Avoiding all the criticism and every obstacle. One day, one day. Just know that God is on your side and that you're not alone. I know it's hard trying to make it in this cold world, where everybody's out for self in this cold world. Too many people out here hurting, struggling to survive, doing anything they can just to stay alive. Look in the eyes and all you see is a lot of pain. Hoping one day we can make it through the storm and rain, cause it's been years that we've been trapped inside this wilderness, a stronghold for oppression controlled by weariness. And late at night on the streets I can hear him call. Keep on believing, cause one day he's gonna free us all. And just before I close my eyes, I say a prayer at night, with hopes and dreams, cause one day we're gonna get it right. I keep on trusting in the Lord despite what others say, because I know that in the end there's a better way. One day, one day.
Dudes and dudettes, greetings. Welcome to the show that never ends, as they say. A special live going out for you all because honestly, we can, and that's what we're going to do. So, greetings to everybody. Thank you for piling on. We're going to have a few people piling on. Basically, what we're going to do here, because it's going to take a long time to do, I have all of the grand jury testimony from the secret grand jury testimony that resulted in the affidavit for the arrest warrant and the indictment. There you go. It looks a little something like, hold on. Kind of, I always hate when it does this and it doesn't get big on me like that. Greetings. Let's see. Zoom page width. All right. Peep this, gang. Go down the knucklehead shout outs. Here we go. Yeezy jumped in. Hey, RJ. Yo. Whiskey to Don says, K-Ro, what up? Big J21, free Keefe. Tim Mavelli the man saying Tupac YouTube got hacked. Well, too bad for them. Rick is here. Salute. Honesty is key. M Theory, yo, RJ, what is up? And Puerto Rican me, PR, says, what up, guys? And Robbie J, quote my Valentino, 21 guns, salute, 21 guns. M. Theory, respectfully, Timavelli, against all odds, Puerto Rican me, reading Tupac 187 my spare time. I buy houses. Knuckleheads unite. All right. And then, of course, Justice for Pac and Big says, hello, RJ. Coming in with the thing there. All right. So here's what's going to happen, guys. And I know this is not the way we normally do it. But, I don't know that I'm going to be able to get through some of this. And I'm actually going to let you guys decide what you want to do here. Because the grand jury testimony is in 4 or 5 pieces all the way around. So what we need to do is figure out what I'm going to show you who testified. Okay. And then you can pick and tell me which ones you want to know testified. But I think you're going to be surprised when you get through it, who you see and who you don't see. All right. So let's find out who the grand jury talked to here, shall we? All right. Starting with volume 1. These are the grand jurors. And by the way, they were very concerned that their names were going to be made public. And guess what? They are. There they are. Those are the people that are deciding the fate of Keefe D and Mark Giacomo and Benu Palau. Remember these names because they're going to come up over and over again. These are the attorneys for the district attorney's office. And again, in a grand jury testimony, there is no defense. There's no exculpatory evidence. No witness gets questioned by anybody but the jury and themselves. And they weren't very willing to ask a lot of questions, any kind of hard questions anyway. So you guys can see what the thing is. But here's the deal about it. Okay. I don't know about Shug's interview with TMZ. Was that just recently? I don't know. Has he said something recently? Yeah, he said it wasn't Orlando or Keefe D, which is really interesting. Yes, and Jack Sizzle hits it on the head, says, RJ, can you explain how the Vegas PD are arresting a guy that wasn't involved with the murder? Like, do they think this is a joke? Well, I'm going to read the grand jury testimony, and you guys tell me whether you think it's a joke or not. Okay, let's get to it, for God's sake. All right, so here's the thing. And again, I am not going to be paid. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to be, and that's really bad when one of the big witnesses comes out and says the opposite. That's kind of, that's an early, quote unquote, bomb first on that one. Okay, so check this. I'm not going to be looking at the questions in the chat because I'm going to be reading. So you guys don't, I would say probably don't even bother unless you want to talk among yourself. Don't bother asking me any questions because we got to get through this. All right. There's a lot. Each one of these things is like 80 pages. So we are not getting through them all in one day. All right. So here's what we got. On the first day of the grand jury testimony, there was Kenneth Rios, who was a cop that was in the parking garage above it. And then we have Devonta Lee, who is the best way I can explain it is that they're a garden variety Southside Crip. That's the best way I can explain it. They like the prosecuting attorney says, we have to have a Southside Crip. We have to have a Southside Crip. Don't go, well, now you got one. So that person testified. Okay. That was the first volume. So I'm jumping ahead here. I don't have them in any order. That's the problem. Okay. So the next one to testify was Lisa Gavin, who's I think she's like in the morgue. Daniel Ford, who's the guy who took pictures of the crime scene. You've got Malcolm Greenwich, know that name. He testified. And William Heidmeyer. And William Heidmeyer was, I think, another one of the bike cops that was at the parking garage there. And then there's some exhibits there that they show, et cetera, et cetera. Then we got that. And again, I'm taking votes. You got Kenneth Rios, Devonta Lee. Then you have, let's make it bigger while I'm thinking about it here. There you go. Then you have Dr. Lisa Gavin, Daniel Ford, Malcolm Greenwich, and William Heidmeyer. Then you have, oh, I already did them. Sorry, guys. Then we get, oh, let's go. This was the, oh, this is actually, all right. I want to get rid of that one. We don't need that's the actual indictment itself. No. All right. Then you had Robert Ladd and Leonard Jefferson. Come on down. You two can testify. The guy who was the loudest about Vegas PD not doing their job, now suddenly he's testifying for the Vegas PD. So there you go. There's that one. And then finally, out of our list of characters, and by the way, sorry for this, guys. I'm actually going to kind of literally, I just got these, so I'm trying to get them over to you as quick as I can. All right. And then finally, you can choose who you want to. Again, like I said, these are the people there. Or you can have Dean O'Kelly, who was another bike cop. Or you can have Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. So you guys tell me which ones you want, because we can only do a couple of them, but we can do them, okay? I think it would be interesting to do the Garden Variety Southside Crip to see what they had to say. But you guys can tell me, who do you want to talk to? Who do you want to know from? Who do you want to know from? All right, so we got one vote for a bike cop. Yeah, and there, yeah, you're right about that. Edie the Crip and Reggie don't care what the bike cops say. Well, let me spoil it for you. The bike cops say that they were in the parking structure because there was a rash of Dodge Caravan break-ins, and they were with the security guard from the Maxim Hotel, and they were actually investigating a break-in of a Dodge Caravan in the parking structure when they heard a bunch of gunshots, and they raced over to see nothing. They raced over to see Suge's car getting away, and in their infinite wisdom, they thought Suge was actually the shooter getting away. And so they called the police to go chase the BMW down. So there you go. Congratulations to all of them on their amazing casework. All right, so let's do Malcolm Greenwich. Edie, I don't mean. Let's do him first. Got to get down to him. It's interesting that they talk about how Tupac died, what actually killed him. And that's not unusual. And they can't talk about it to anybody. All right. Well, there's Daniel Ford. He's a Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. He's a criminalistics guy. He's talking about the bullet injuries. So you guys know, Tupac got shot. He got killed by a gunshot. Just thought I'd let you know. And you better, Craig, you better get them likes up, because this is big freaking news here. All right. Yep. And hang on a second. There's something I meant to do here while I'm thinking about it. Hold that thought for a minute. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. So while we're getting down to, we'll go down there. It says, go ahead and review your report. Okay, so they're talking about the gun cartridges here. There they are. All right. Let me get down here. Okay, so there we go. That's what they did that. Yes, I do. There we go. All right. Please raise your right hand. I do. What's your name? Let's do this here real quick. I don't know if I can make it. I can't. I was hoping I could make that watermark a little lighter. I'll do that on some of the other ones there. Yeah, I don't think I can. I wish that I could, but I can't. All right. The witness, my name is Malcolm Greenwich, and he spells it, and they swear him in. So the attorney first says, and this is Mr. Palal. He's not the main attorney, but he's like the helper, or she. I guess it's a he. Mr. Greenwich, just so we're clear, you're here under a subpoena. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. Excuse me, we didn't get his last name. I'm sorry. That was from the jury. Mr. Paul says it's Greenwich, and he spells it. All right, Mr. Greenwich, so you're here under subpoena. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. So in other words, he didn't volunteer to come. And your understanding is that it's a court order for you to appear? I understand that. Did you know that somebody of the name of Tupac Shakur? Of course I didn't, right? No, he said, I did. How did you know Mr. Shakur? We were childhood friends. Did that friendship continue throughout adulthood? It did. Until his ultimate passage, it did. Did you have both a personal and professional relationship with Mr. Shakur? I did. Can you describe the nature of the professional relationship you have with Shakur? I was a recording artist and what he was as well. And we essentially, my mentor and the person who got me into the business. And did you have a rap group that you were associated with? I did. And what was the name of that group? The Outlaws. Did you know somebody by the name of Marion Suge Knight? I did. And how did you know Mr. Knight? He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was an artist on. And what was the name of that label? Death Row Records. As a result of Mr. Knight being the CEO of Death Row Records, did you have a lot of interaction with him? I did. Where was Death Row Records located at? Los Angeles, California. And as a recording artist, would you record at the Death Row Records studios? Correct. And by the way, if you're asking yourself about now, what does anything of this have to do with Keefe D? Good question. I did. So I'm going to fast forward now to about 1995, 1996. Is that the time frame you were recording with other Death Row artists? Yes, this is correct. At that time, were you aware of, let's say, I'm trying to put this in a vernacular, a disagreement or rivalry between the Death Row Records and Bad Boy record companies? This is correct. Okay. And can you describe that a little bit of what your understanding was, what that rivalry was? Well, what is common in hip hop is the competitive nature of hip hop, and it was like what we would call a rap beef. And that was the word I wanted to say, but just for the vernacular here, so it's common or uncommon in the hip hop world for there to be a disagreement or insults traded into the rap artist. This is correct. It's common. It can be at times. Okay. Is it fair to say it's part of the hip hop culture? The competitive side of it, it is. Now, at that time, you were aware of the songs made by Bad Boy album or Bad Boy signed artists taking shots at Death Row artists? Not really. Not really. Were you aware of any songs at that time that Death Row had performed, or you in particular had performed, that were taking shots at Bad Boy artists? And yes, we did do a song. We did. Okay. And what was the name of that? Some songs. The most famous one is Hit 'Em Up. And that was in the 1996 area? That's correct. All right. And you said you were childhood friends with Mr. Shakur, and then you also had a professional working relationship with Mr. Shakur. Is it fair to say during this time period, particularly 1995 and 1996, you were spending a lot of time with Mr. Shakur? Well, that's correct. I want to fast forward now to September 7th, 1996. Were you in Vegas during that time? Yep. And were you in Las Vegas to go to a boxing event and a party later on that night? And with regards to the boxing event, do you recall at least one or two of the fighters that were involved in the boxing event? I do. And who was involved in the boxing event? Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon. Again, foundation. And with regards to getting here to Vegas, you were living in LA during this time period. I was. How did you get from LA to Vegas? I was in Tupac Shakur's fiance at the time car. And who was that? Who was his fiance? Kidada Jones. And then was Miss Jones also one of the people that came out to Las Vegas? She did. And do you recall who else came to Vegas with your group? Tupac Shakur's cousins or two of his cousins and another childhood friend. And then did Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight also come out? They did. And when you had then you had mentioned your rap group, the Outlaws. Were there any members of that rap group that were out here as well? Yes. And who were they? You want their rap names or I'll take their real names. Okay, Katari Cox and Yafu Fula. Thank you. Where did you end up staying that night, September 7th? We stayed at the Luxor Hotel. Did you share a room with anybody? I shared a room with Fula and Cox. And those were the two co-members or two of the co-members of the Outlaws. That's correct. What was the plan that night? The plan was to go to a fight and then go to a party. And do you remember where the fight was? At the MGM. Were you supposed to go to the fight? Tupac Shakur, Fula, and Cox, Mr. Knight. That's all I'm aware of. Okay, did you actually end up going to the fight with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? We did not. What happened? Well, Mr. Shakur left before we were ready. And then at some point, how did you discover that Mr. Shakur had left to go to the MGM? I have questions, but I'll wait. We called this hotel room. And did somebody answer in his hotel room? Yes. Who was that? It was either his fiance or his cousin. I'm not really clear on that. Now, what do you do when you find out that Mr. Shakur has already left to go to the MGM Grand? Well, we leave to go to the MGM Grand. Duh, dummy. And by we, who do you mean? Fula, Cox, and myself. So how did the three of you get to the MGM? We run. Okay. Sorry, that tickled me. Okay, fair. And then by the time you ultimately make it to the MGM? We did. And what do you observe when you get to the MGM Grand? Well, Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight coming out of the MGM Grand. Were you under the impression that the boxing match had ended by that point? Yes. So what did you meet up with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur outside the MGM? Yeah, we did. And what did you do then? It was Mr. Shakur and Knight leaving out with a bunch of people following behind them, fans, things of that nature. And we just kind of stepped into stride with them. And at some point, you make it back to the Luxor? We did. Do you know if well, that would have sucked. Do you know if Mr. Shakur had changed his clothing from what he wore to the fight to after leaving the Luxor? Yes, he eventually did change. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the Luxor, where are you planning on going? To the party. And you've talked about this party a couple of times. Where was the party? At a club called 662. And this club 662, were you aware who was in charge of that club? Yes, I was. Who was in charge of the club? Who was in charge or who owned it? Well, that's a good question there. Good for you. Mark that one. That was a pretty good one. Good clarification point there, Malcolm. Oh, I don't think I wanted to do that. Does that happen on every page now? Hold on. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's fine. All right. It was Mr. Knight. Okay, so who owned it? I don't know who was in charge, but who owned it? I was under the impression that Mr. Knight owned it. So fair to say that there was a place that death row artists or people associated with death row would feel comfortable to hang out and go there. Yes. Was there expected to be a performance at Club 662? It was. And who was expected to perform at the club? Tupac. Or were you one of the people that might also be performing that night? Yep. With your group, the Outlaws? Correct. Tell me how you get from Luxor to 662. Do you run to Club 662? Well, that'd been a hell of a long run, wouldn't it? No, we did not run. We took a vehicle, you moron. And how many vehicles were associated with your party? Well, I'm not really sure. I was aware of the vehicle we were in and the vehicle that Tupac and Mr. Knight were in. Not a lot of peripheral vision there. Okay. Now, fair to say you were both there as a friend of Mr. Shakur and a recording artist yourself. That's correct. So you obviously have no role in security or anything like that. Well, other than that's my family and we have each other's back when we're out in the world. Right. So in a familial sense, obviously you care about the security and you're looking out for the people you care about. Yes, this is correct. Yes. But from a professional standpoint, that wasn't your professional responsibility. Hold that thought. I am not a professional security person. Were you aware if Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had professional security? I was. Whoops. In the vehicle that you took to Club 662, who was in that vehicle? Myself, Fula Cox, and Tupac security guard. What was the Tupac security guard's name? Frank. And were you aware whether Frank or not Frank was armed? Eventually, I was aware of that status. By eventually, do you mean after this incident or before this incident? Pretty much right before the incident. Okay, and so we're here for a shooting. So when I say the incident, I mean before the shooting, you became aware that Frank, the security guard, did not have a firearm. I was. We became aware of that. Yes. Okay. What car were you in? What could you describe the car you were in? It was a Lexus. What color was it? It was black. Actually, it was red. And then you describe the vehicle that Mr. Shakur was in. It was a BMW. What color was that? It was black. Was anybody in the car with Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And do you recall who was driving and who was in the passenger seat? I do. Who was in what seat? Mr. Knight was driving. Mr. Shakur was in the passenger seat. Was that fairly typical? No. No. So that was unusual, but it happened. So that was unusual, but it happened that night. It wasn't unusual. It was only unusual because Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur didn't always ride together. Okay. And in your vehicle, you were in the black Lexus. Where were you sitting? I was in the back seat, passenger side. And as you were driving to Club 662, was there a shooting? Yes, there was. Can you describe the events that led to the shooting? Well, we were on our way to Club 662. Mr. Shakur and Knight were in the car in front of us. We approached the light. Some women drove up on the passenger side. Now, that's a very interesting observation. Mr. Shakur began talking to the women. We couldn't really hear what he was saying. We assumed he was probably inviting them to the club. After the ladies pull off, another car pulled up beside Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight, and an arm came out of the back window and started shooting. Can you describe the car that came up beside Mr. Shakur's vehicle? It was a white or light colored Cadillac. At that time, would you describe it as a really old Cadillac or a new model Cadillac? Well, it was a newer model Cadillac. Did you see the people inside the vehicle? I could see silhouettes. Could you tell the race of the people inside the vehicle? I could. And what was that a race? African American. Now, you said you saw an arm reach out of the vehicle. Can you tell by the skin tone whether or not that arm, the race of the person that arm belonged to? I could. And what race was that? African American. In what regard to the size of the arm, how would you describe it? It was a larger size arm, muscular. So not necessarily a thin arm. It was not. Okay. What did you, well, strike that. How many shots do you recall seeing? Well, that's kind of a stupid question, isn't it? How many shots do you actually see anyway? You never see a shot. That's the whole thing. If you hear the shot, you're alive. All right. I do not remember how many shots it was. It was more than 5. And what did you do when you saw the shots? Nothing. Was there anything that you felt you could do at that moment? Nope, not at all. Do you see what the Cadillac did after it shot more than 5 times? I did not. What were you focused on? I was focused on Mr. Shakur and his safety and his condition. What happens after the Cadillac shoots Mr. Shakur's car? Mr. Knight made a U-turn over the median and started going in the opposite direction. Are you telling who's driving the vehicle you're in? Frank is still driving that vehicle. And are you telling Frank what to do, or does Frank decide to do something? Frank had jumped out of the car to go check on Mr. Knight and Shakur before he turned. Mr. Suge Knight turned, and Frank came and got back into the car and began to follow them. At that time, well, did you, or I don't want to talk about Mr. Alexander. Did you or any other member of the vehicle, people in your vehicle, have a firearm? No. And to your knowledge that night, did either Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight have a firearm? Not to my knowledge. Okay. And you said you weren't aware who else was driving your entourage or, in your group. But were you aware that there was more than 2 vehicles associated with your group? Yes, I was aware of that. You just don't know how many there were. No, it's correct. And you know, or would you know whether or not any of those people would have firearms? I don't know. Okay. Do you recall seeing after the shots from the Cadillac, do you recall seeing or hearing any other people shoot that was from your group at the white Cadillac? I do not. I don't hear any shooting. Is it possible that it occurred and you didn't see it? Well, that's it. Okay. I may have to have a separate highlight for stupid questions. Is it possible it occurred and you didn't see it? You don't see the shots. You hear the shots. Dumb question. I can't testify to that. And the moment our attention was completely on the car that Mr. Knight and Shakur was in. So when Mr. Shakur Alexander gets back into the vehicle after, I'm sorry, I said Mr. Alexander. What's Frank's full name? Frank Alexander. So when Mr. Alexander gets back into your vehicle, what does Mr. Alexander do? He turns and goes in the direction that Mr. Shakur and Knight were headed. And do you ultimately catch up with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur's vehicle? We do. And what do you do when you catch up with them? Well, we get out of the car and ran up to Mr. Shakur's side. How was the vehicle positioned? Do you remember? Was it parked properly, or was it it was kind of in a state of, no, it wasn't parked properly, to answer your question. Is it fair to say that it looked like somebody who might have been panicking or driving? Another stupid. And by the way, if you're catching my drift by this point, it kind of stays like this. Correct. So you said you approached the passenger side vehicle. The passenger side of the BMW, is that right? Yes, it's right. Well, what do you do? Why do you do that? Because that's where Mr. Shakur was sitting. And what do you do when you get to the passenger side of the vehicle? I ask him if he's okay, how he's doing, trying to see, what conditions he's in. And does Mr. Shakur respond at all? He said he does. What does Mr. Shakur say? Get on the ground. They're going to shoot. And what is he referring to? He's referring to the officers that were eventually at the scene. Yeah, the cops. So when you approach the BMW, at that point, did you notice any police officers? No. And then when you're told to get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. At that point, do you start looking around? Yes. And what do you see? A gun. Duh. And who's holding the gun? A police officer. Is the police officer giving you instructions? He is. And what is he telling you to do? Get on the ground or I'll shoot you. So what did you do? Well, dummy, I got on the ground. What else do you expect me to do? Are you actually detained at the scene? We were. And by we, are you also referring to the 3 people that were in your vehicle? Correct. Are you able to observe what's happening with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur while this is going on? He said somewhat. What do you observe? Mr. Knight was bleeding from his head. He was on the ground, urging the paramedics to check on Mr. Shakur. So at that point, Mr. Knight's primary concern was also Mr. Shakur. Correct. And are you seeing anything that's going on with Mr. Shakur? Well, first I'm noticing he was very calm. He wasn't moving much. And then after that, we were basically laying on the ground in the street, and I couldn't really see what was going on with him. Did you, Mr. Knight or Mr. Shakur, say anything while you were on the ground? I did not. And at that point, it's an early September night in Las Vegas. Is it fair to say it was pretty hot while you were on the asphalt? It was hot as hell. And were you on the asphalt for a short or long period of time? We were on the asphalt for what seemed like a very long time. At some point, the police ultimately realized you're not involved as a shooter, but rather a victim. They do. And as a result, do they let you go? Not right away. What do? They begin questioning us about the shooting. And in fact, did you give a statement regarding that shooting? I'm aware now that I did. You came to my office yesterday. Is that correct? Oh, that's interesting. So the prosecutor is actually meeting with the witnesses before they testify. This is correct. And that's where you became aware that you had a statement that was recorded. Well, he doesn't remember giving a taped statement? Well, okay. Okay, fairly short statement. Is that fair to say? Is that a yes? That's a yes. And then you probably gave 1 or 2 sentence written statement as well. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. At that point, are you ultimately allowed to leave? Yes. Where do you go? We went to the hospital. Notice he didn't say went to Club 662. At that University Medical Center? Yes. And what did you do at UMC? Good for you. Are you aware that Mr. Shakur passes away some 6 days after the shooting? I'm aware. Were you here in Las Vegas during that time? I was. Why were you here? Because he was still in the hospital. Did you see Mr. Shakur inside the hospital, inside his hospital room? I did. Were you one of the people that were given the closest to your relationship? Were you one of the people that could go in? That's correct. Were you also one of the people that, well, did you see Mr. Shakur's mother also at the hospital? I did. That would be Feeney Shakur? Yes. All right. At some point, you learned that Mr. Shakur has passed away. Is that correct? Correct. How did you learn that? His mother pretty much told everything. This is going to be kind of a silly question. Oh, really? This is the first silly question? Please. And I apologize. Since that day, have you ever heard from Mr. Shakur? The silly question. You know why? He's trying to get rid of the whole Tupac's alive. Because, see, for a murder conviction, you have to have what's called a corpus delicti, which means you have to have a dead body. You have to have a dead person before you can have a murder conviction. So we asked him, is he alive and living with the Navajos? I have not talked to him. Okay, thank you. So in your statement, do you recall seeing two people in the front of the driver's side of the vehicle or the driver's side of the passenger? What vehicle are we talking about? Okay, I'm sorry. The white Cadillac, since I just decided to jump backwards again. How many people do you see? From my vantage point, I thought I saw 3 people. So we already have confusion. Okay, all right. State has no further questions. Do any members of the grand jury? Yes. Where is Club 662? Where were you going? I don't know. I didn't know Las Vegas that well at the time, so I didn't really know where the club was. So it was towards the Luxor where you were staying, or was it the opposite direction? It was away from the hotel. Okay. Okay, so I don't know why the juror would. Okay. That gives you any indication of what jury pool you're working with. That was the big question they had. Were you going towards or away from the hotel? All right, by a juror. What was the name you performed under? Edie, I don't mean. The 4-person. Any other questions? Mr. Paul? Yes, ma'am. By a juror. So you said you saw the arm come out of the back side, not the front where the driver is. Okay, not front where the driver. Because remember, there's some confusion there. Somebody said that the arm came out from behind the driver's front window. But he confuses things even more and says, the arm came out of the passenger side. Huh? Or the back seat of the driver's side. How the hell does an arm come out of the passenger side? If you're... okay, thank you. Another juror. Are there any tattoos, anything like that on the arm that you saw? Not that I recall. And just so we're clear, this occurred in the nighttime hours of the day. It was dark outside. Okay, go ahead. That was another juror. Oh, that was the attorney asking that. Okay, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Were you able to get the license plate of the Cadillac? You don't think we would have known that by now? I was not. Thank you. No more questions. Okay, guys. There you go. That is... Justice for Pac and Big, I won't. Because with this one, number one, I don't think I'm going to be making a lot of comments and questions about that. But, excuse me. Oh, yeah. And by the way, thank you, Kazi, for the super chat. Super chats are always welcome. This stuff cost me a lot of money to get. So anytime y'all want to jump in and pitch in a couple bucks here and there, it's more than welcome and more than happy to get that from you. Thank you, Mr. Kazi. Appreciate it. All right, so that is it for Malcolm Greenidge. Okay, and you said you wanted to hear from the typical gangbanger now. Okay, yes, maybe so. Yes, no, maybe so. All right, so let's go hear from the gangbanger. Let's go find Devonta Lee. All right, here we go. And by the way, just so nobody's confused on the matter, if I can find it real quick, I'm hoping I will. You know me, I'm always having to look around for everything 10 times over. Hold on. All right. Okay. So Devonta Lee. Okay. Got a little bit of a history here. Okay. Little criminal history here. Just so you can see. All right, there you go. All right, so now we know who we're talking to, just so you know. Okay. Earned his stripes, I guess. All right, so that's not what we're talking to. We're talking to Lee. Hold on. Just talking about Shaft. All right. So we're going to go past then. If you don't want to talk to the first one. Yes. Okay. Well, let's read this for a minute here. A juror asked the attorneys, well, some of you wear badges that say grand jury. Certainly there can be at times, but I didn't see any today. There's a reason the door now exists. There's a lock on it, so witnesses didn't have to sit in a public area because we had a reporter at one time camp out and just identify witnesses. So it'd be pretty easy to identify witnesses, all right? So the average reporter. Now, a jury says, if I'm not mistaken, once an indictment is made, at least the foreperson's name is made available in the indictment. Uh-oh, their names are going to get out. Well, once it's returned, that's on there, and the transcript, the jurors, if there's an indictment, the jurors' names are listed on the transcript and who's present and who's not present. The information as to who's on this grand jury is already out there. Nobody knows we're at the Thursday grand jury, but yes. So the names are public knowledge? Yeah, can you imagine being a grand jury member now? The names of the grand jury are public knowledge? Yes. Because the newspaper will say the last, I don't know, it was a case that a couple of weeks ago, and it said the grand jury. All right. We came back with a true bill in a minute, Mr. Ball. Right. So wait. Guys, we're creating a record here. So this crosstalk is probably suboptimal. Well, yeah, because they're worried about it now that they are a grand jury. They are worried about it. All right. So let's get down to it. All right, so Kenneth Rios was the first guy that came in, and he was a police sergeant that had been there 28 years, and he was assigned to the MGM Hotel. He was the one who took Orlando Anderson's statement at the MGM Hotel, and that's really all he actually had to say. He was 13. Do you remember doing that? And that's that. He was pretty quick. All right, thank you for your service. There you go. All right, stand up. Get out of here. Please be seated. Yes, I do, grand jury, so you got it. All right. So the witness says, my first name is Denvonta. Last name Lee. Lee. First name is spelled as they spell it. Last name is spelled like Lee. All right. Mr. Palau. Are you familiar with the gang called the Southside Crips? Yes, I am. How familiar are you with them? Oh, I'm an affiliate. Were you affiliated with them? Not I'm a member. I'm an affiliate. I guess that's like a loose connection, right? Yes, I was. How did you get on with Southside Crips? Well, me and a couple of other mutual friends, new guys from over that side of town, and we joined because we had ties with you, people we went to school with, things like that. And what side of town? What town were you talking about? Southside East Compton. So it was on the east side of Compton, basically. East side Compton. Is that East side Compton? Is that in Compton, California? No, it's on Compton, Mars. Yes, it is. Okay. Now, in your affiliation with Southside Crips, did you come to know somebody by the name of Keefe D? Yes. Also known as Dwayne Davis? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 2. Do you recognize the person on the screen right here? They put up a picture of Keith Davis. Who's that? That's Keefe D. Okay. Now, was Keefe D also a member of the Southside Crips? You remember it. And by the way, this person, like the other ones, were brought in to talk to the prosecutor before this conversation. Okay, so if they didn't know who Keefe D was, they showed him a picture and said, this is Keefe D. Now I've just shown you a picture. Who is that? Oh, it's Keefe D. Kading did that with the confession letter thing where he showed a picture of Robert Soria. He said, this is a picture of Robert Soria. Or, I'm sorry, this is a picture of Chris Blatchford. Do you know who this is? Yes, it's Chris Blatchford. Yeah. Good work, everybody. And what was Keefe D's role? Keefe was basically a leader of the neighborhood, one of them. Okay, so now you start to see the development, and the reason they have this is because they're calling him now, he's been elevated to like a Harry O level where he's a shot caller and everything else now. Is it familiar to say, well, did he get to be a leader, Southside Crips? Well, his family's very well known in the neighborhood that I'm from, so he kind of like grew up in it. He also he became, because he was real big in the drug trade, start, making big moves, so that elevated him, as far as his gang banging life and his stature. Is it fair to say he was a well-known member and leader of the Southside Crips? Oh, yeah, most definitely. And you said he obtained funds through the drug trade. Did he have a little bit of money or a lot of money? Oh, he had a lot of money. Especially then, it was a lot of money. And then we're talking about the mid-1990s. Yeah, the mid-1990s. Can you explain to me, like, what does a boss do in a gang like the Southside Crips? Like, what's his role in the gang? Well, he brings the snacks and he brings the drinks and he makes sure that we clean up after the meeting's over. Well, they have a couple of different roles depending on what kind of boss they are. So let's talk about Keefe. What was his role? Okay. Well, his role was he was a financier for one. Whatever we needed, we obtained. We got it easy by a boatload. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then I don't know what you mean. When the hell does that mean anyway? I don't even know what you mean. Then he was able to then puppeteer things. He can, he could tell you to do things and you do things, stuff of that nature. And let me ask you in a different way. If Keefe D told you were young back then, right? Right. Is Keefe D much older than you? Yes, he's about, he's about 12 years older or something like that. And Keefe D told you to do something. Would you do it at that time? Yes. And if Keefe D told you not to do something, would you not do it? Yes. And we're talking about the mid-90s. Yes, we're talking about the mid-90s. Did you know somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson? Yes, I do. I'm going to show you grand jury exhibit number 3. Picture of Orlando Anderson. Do you recognize this person? Yes, I do. Who is that? That's Orlando Anderson. Did he go by another name? Yep, Baby Lane. Can I tell? And I can tell it kind of affects you a little emotionally to see him. Yeah, I grew up, yeah, of course. He was somebody. Was he somebody you were close to? I would say pretty close. Okay, so right there, he wasn't. Was he also a member of the Southside Crips? Yes, he was. Did he have any relation to Keefe D? Yes, that's Keefe's nephew. And do you know how he's his nephew? Yeah, from Keefe. That's Keefe's sister's son. Oh, okay, yeah. Now, in the Southside Crips, was being a blood relation to somebody like Keefe D important, or did it give you status? It would only give you status depending on the family status. Like if your family was known for like that they can't do nothing or they ain't nothing, then that's the status that you'll be put up under until you pull yourself out. Show different. Yeah. In his case, he was like the silver spoon of gangbang. Okay, there's the quote for the day. The silver spoon of gangbang. He was born in a pretty well-set foundation as far as the gang world and, the people that you have before you, your uncles and things like that. Well, from your observations, was Keefe D and Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, were they close? Well, I would say they were pretty, I would say they were pretty close. I think one reason Baby Lane got into the drug gang, too, is because of his uncle and his uncles, it's just all around him. And so, yeah, they were pretty close. They were close. Okay. Now, and by the way, since we're now on page 22 of it and we've heard nothing about anything that's even relevant to what's going on other than he's a gang guy. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury. Do you recognize this person? Who is that? Oh, DeAndre Smith. There it is. Does he have any nicknames? Yeah, he goes by Big Dre or Big Arm. Hang on. Okay, did he also go by Freaky Dre? Freaky Dre also, yes. See, what they call this in legal terminologies is called leading the witness. Freaky Dre also, yes. How did you know Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith used to go to basketball camps together. I don't know if people know, but he used to play basketball. I'm not even going to comment on that. Just know it's Compton. Well, he was pretty good, too. Big guy. Okay, I got a comment. Is that like, you're saying he used to play basketball in Compton. Who didn't? A big guy, 6'6", big guy. But yeah, that's how I ended up meeting him. And we lived in the same vicinity in Long Beach. Wait a minute, what? We lived in the same vicinity in Long Beach? Well, that's not Compton. At the school, Then we had our own bond, We made a little posse, whatever you want to call it. It was called Cash Mob. And that's when things start going the other way, meaning we linked up with the South Sides because, I met Orlando through Big Dre. Oh, okay. And it went from there. So in other words, this person here wasn't even around. All this stuff is all hearsay that this person knows because they linked up later and they met Orlando like that. So it's not like they grew up around him or anything. When we got a little older, you know, we had a couple of apartments together, things like that. We shared some Taco Bell, all kinds of fun things. We were great there. So it's fair to say you were pretty close. See, all right, here we go again, leading the witness. So it's fair to say you were pretty close with, well, out of everybody, I was more close to him because we came in together. All right. At one point, you said that you and Big Dre got linked up with Southside Crips. Is that right? Correct. Can you explain to me how that worked? Well, we used to go to all like local basketball games and football games because we was still 1 foot out, 1 foot in. Plus, Dre's grandmother, I believe was his grandmother, had a house over there. By over there, you mean in Compton? Yeah, Compton, you know, right off the outskirts of the neighborhood. And he went to elementary school with Orlando, and that's how Orlando knew him. So they just linked back up because seeing each other at the games, things like that. Sounds like kind of like a nice neighborhood. And then Lane did hear about that little posse or little group we put together, and it was starting to ring little bells in Long Beach. Somebody have to just let me know in the chat if that actually means something. And he figured it out. He find out that Big Dre was the one, the big man of the whole thing. And we started hanging with them after that. And was there a way that you had to get in good with the Southside Crips? Was there initiation or something like that? Anything like that? Well, we got initiated. Okay, and how does that work? You fight. Yeah, you fight. Well, you could have, there's a couple ways you can do it, but you can get jumped in or you can go put in some work. I mean, doing harm to somebody, a rival gang or something like that. So you got jumped in. Yes, we got jumped in. Did you guys get jumped in separately or together? No, we got jumped in. So they sized us up. Of course, Big Dre was a big guy, so they gave him somebody of his stature. They did their thing. Boom. Next thing they didn't. And it was like the old way where a bunch of guys will just wail on you. It wasn't like the old way when a bunch of guys would just wail on you because, for one, Orlando said he wasn't going to let that happen. Oh, that sounds like a stone cold killer right there. Orlando said that wasn't going to happen. He wasn't going to let that happen. No violence, no rat packing. Because they let Orlando Anderson know first before they even approach us about it. So Orlando said, I'll make it happen, but y'all going to give them a head up, a fade that's a head up. You know what I mean? You're not going to pack them out and bottle treatment and those type of things. And so was it the same day that you and Big got jumped in? Yeah, we got jumped in the same day. I'm wondering if the jury's just like going out like this by now. He makes sure they didn't go overboard. Okay, yeah. This is their stone cold killer. Yeah, so it was a big help. Let me say that for sure. So you all were close enough to Orlando that he was at least looking out for you guys. Yeah, for sure. Okay, leading the witness again. Here we go. Yeah, anytime somebody says, yeah, for sure, leading the witness. Okay, I'm not going to show you grand jury number 5. Okay, that's Terrence Brown. Terrence Brown have a T Brown or T Bubbly. Funny, never mentioned Bubble Up. Maybe they didn't know that name. Couple names. He switched up through the years. Yeah, he was a member of Southside Crips also. Yes, he was. Now, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, you, Orlando, DeAndre are more or less the same age. Is that true? Yeah, we're in the same age bracket. Yes. Was Mr. Brown in your age bracket or a different age bracket? He was in Keefe D's age bracket. And based on what you told me before, 10, 12 years older than you, yeah, he was one of the older guys. As far as T Brown, yeah, he was, yeah. Oh, okay. I think that's probably the quote of the day right there. Yeah, he was. Yes, he was, yeah. All right. I want to ask you a little bit about the Southside Crips generally. Did you guys maintain any rivals back in the mid-90s? Yeah. We had a few, mostly Bloods at that time, Loiters Park, Mob Pyru. Boy, Red, they don't hesitate to get right to it, don't they? Yeah. Do you have any enemies? Yeah, those guys. Treetop Pyru, Hollywood's Pyru, everything that was on that side of Compton as far as Bloods. That's who we had. Our main one was the Mob. That was the one. Well, yeah, wonder why? Because that's the one that Suge's affiliated with. But they're going to get to that. So Mob Pyru was the main rivalry. But any Blood gang would be a rival. Yes, right, correct, on that side of Compton. While in the mid-90s, Were you familiar with somebody, the rapper known as Tupac Shakur? Yes. Now, how did you become aware of him joining a record label? Did you become aware of him joining a record label? Yeah, like everybody else on the planet when he joined Death Row Records. There's a big distinction. To your knowledge, is somebody who was in a gang. Okay, so there you go right there. There's their entire witness. I was just going to read this and I wasn't going to comment on it, but now it's kind of making me like I want to shoot myself. Somebody who was in a gang. Well, there you go. That is the entire gist of why that person's there. Somebody in a gang. Wait, we need somebody from a gang. Can we find him? To your knowledge, was Death Row Records associated with any gang out of Compton? Yeah, they were the mob. Yeah, that whole situation was the mob. Okay, and by that, do you mean Mob Pyru? Mob Pyru, yeah. Yeah, that's the ticket. Mob Pyru. Yeah, suddenly he turns into Tommy Finagle. Yeah, Mob Pyru, that's the ticket with Morgan Fairchild. And that was the blood gang you had a real issue with at that time. Yes, correct. Now, are you familiar with who the head of the Death Row Records was? Yes, Marion Suge Knight. Marion Suge Knight. Little drama effect there. And were you aware of his affiliation as well? And I bet when he said this, Marion Suge Knight, he looked right at the jury like this. Marion Suge Knight. And goes back to his question. Are you aware of his affiliation as well? Yes, I was aware of his affiliation. Was I aware of his affiliation? Yeah. Yeah, everybody knew that he was where he was from. And where being from meaning Loiters Park Mob Pyru. Now, is it fair to say that Mob Pyru was closely associated with Death Row Records and Tupac Shakur? Well, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that? Hold on. Somebody was they were a mob. Yeah, the whole situation was the mob. So, okay, so we're going to ask it again. Is it fair to say that Mob Pyru was closely associated with Death Row Records and Tupac Shakur? Okay. Objection. Personal knowledge. This person doesn't know Tupac Shakur at all. It's all hearsay, doesn't know him. Yes. So Tupac Shakur, now to the jury's mind, is now a Mob Pyru. And so Mob Pyru was hanging out with a lot of rap artists and R&B artists at that time. Yeah. There were a lot of artists. Yeah. That's what we were doing. Now, during that time period, were the Southside Crips hanging out with any rappers? We didn't start hanging. Well, we did hang. We did have a couple of different rappers come around, but I'm talking about as far as really dealing with them, no. What about Biggie? You know, we dealt with Redman before, a couple other people that you all probably don't know, but one of the main one was Redman. We did a video in our neighborhood before which Orlando was in, the video and everything. He was pretty young then too. Did you guys ever have any affiliation or do anything, hang out with any members of Bad Boy Records? Well, wait a minute. As far as I'm talking about really dealing with them, no. But did you guys hang out with Bad Boy? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Okay. Who in particular? Well, we hung out with Biggie, Lil Cease. It was a group called Total at the time that was part of Bad Boy. We hung with them. The whole Bad Boy basically lineup besides Lil Kim. Never seen Lil Kim personally or with them. So by Biggie, you're talking about Notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace. That's correct. Were you aware of who the head of Bad Boy Records was at that time? Oh, yeah, most definitely. Who was that? That was Sean Puffy Combs. So, and again, now here we go. How many people that you know would answer it that way? For real? And then did you ever hang out at a party with Mr. Combs? Oh, I've been to a hotel party. Gonna be a hotel party. And was it common or uncommon for Southside Crips to provide protection for Bad Boy artists when they were out in California? Yeah, it became on a regular basis when they come around. They did one out here too. They did a show out here that we provided, protection. I wonder if they were the ones handing out the condoms. So when you're talking about this type of protection, you're talking about the Southside Crips providing protection for Bad Boy Records. Yes, right. They were scared of Suge, you know. Oh, so they were scared of a particular threat, and that threat was really? Yeah, that was the only threat they were worried about was Suge. Okay. And is it fair to say that some of that threat also came from Suge's gang affiliation, the Mob Pyru? Yes, the gang affiliation. Yeah, that's the ticket. And not only that, but Tupac going to death row and telling them that, you know, Biggie and them, Puff and Biggie and them had something. Yeah. Let's I'm sure you mean that. And there's something to do with it when he got shot up, you know, the first time. He really believed they did it. Tupac going to death row and telling them that Biggie and them, had something to do with it. Okay, he really believed that they did it. They probably did it. I don't know, but that right there added fuel to the fire. So it was like any time that any death row affiliates or anybody at death row, if they see somebody from Bad Boy, it can all go bad, you know. Except for all those ones that Kenneth Knox saw partying at Can-Am Studios, right, guys? Fact. And so if it's fair to say that this rivalry was fairly well known in the media, a lot of talk, both in the music industry and just some kind of well known in the streets as well. Yeah, it started with the whole West Coast, East Coast thing, you know, right off the top, like bam. You're talking about the rap beef. Yeah, the rap beef of it. Yeah. And then when it came to the gang issues, you already had Mob Pyru and Southside Crips, which were national rivalries outside the music industry. And then you also had them now associated with various rap groups. Mob Pyru being associated with Death Row, Southside Crips being associated with Bad Boy. With Bad Boy, okay. Right. Okay. Did that not escalate? Oh, yeah, it escalated for sure. It escalated it. One thing about it was what a lot of people don't know is Keefe D, before Suge Knight got the record company, it was going to be called West Coast Bad Boy. He was going to get the money that Suge got from the same person Suge got it from. Now, I'm guessing they're referring to Harry O. But Keefe didn't know nothing about that world, so Keefe was hesitant to dabble in it. So he was taking his time, and that's when Suge came in and came up and swept, you know, went up under him and got it because they knew each other. Suge and Keefe know each other. So, yeah, when he heard that Keefe wasn't taking advantage of the situation, he came right on in and he took advantage of the situation. And you know this based partly on your conversations with Keefe D. So, in other words, okay, you just said a bunch of shit you weren't around for. How do you even know this? Oh, well, so again, because this is a tool of the prosecutor and there's nobody there to question it, the lawyers step in and they want to make sure that everybody gets it right. And you know this is based partly on your conversation with Keefe D and conversations that were had around Keefe D. Right. Yeah, that's the ticket. All right. So now when it came to providing security and managing the relationship or managing Southside Crips' relationship with Bad Boy, who would be the person that was running that type of relationship? As far as, well, okay, Keefe ran the relationship. Keefe D? Yeah, Keefe D ran the relationship with them, and then it trickled down to Orlando. And we were part of Orlando's circle, so that's where the security part came in, or you know, that part of what's going on. He was like, don't worry, my nephew, ba boom, and that's how we got, you know, engaged everything through Keefe D. So it's through Keefe to Orlando, and you were part of Orlando's clique. See, again, they're trying to get through the whole issue of this person has absolutely zero personal knowledge of anything. Yeah, it's like a tree, man. You know, he's up there in the tree, and then it goes down all the way down to the soldiers. I don't know too many. Do soldiers come from trees? Yeah, Orlando. But what was it? Okay, guys, sorry. I'll continue. Orlando, he was a soldier if he wanted to be at times. You know what I mean? Like, it was like he was high. At that age, he was up there, you know. He had a lot of money, too, so he didn't have to do as much as we did. But, yeah, he was definitely, if he was, you know, in this world today, he would say he was a soldier regardless That's what he would say. Oh, okay, all right. Now I'm going to direct your attention, given that whole context, I'm going to direct your attention to an incident that occurred at the Lakewood Mall. Are you familiar with that incident? I'm very familiar with it. Were you at the Lakewood Mall incident? Yes, I was. And you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I bet you do. So tell me about this Lakewood Mall incident from September of 1996. Okay? Come on, guys. I hope you're not falling asleep paying attention to this now. All right. Tell me about this Lakewood Mall incident. Okay. We had one of our homeboys from our neighborhood was going to go off to play football for college or something. Yeah, for college. And Keefe D gave him some money, and he was like, man, make sure he gets everything he needs, da, 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 da. And we were with him. He said, y'all go with him, make sure he good, you know? And what does that mean? Make sure you're with him, make sure he's good. Well, people still knew that he was from Southside, you know, and we didn't want him by himself with $4,000 on him. You know what I mean? It was more, Keefe was more like protecting his, what's the word you call it? His investment, basically. So, you know, y'all go with him, make sure he's good, get what he needs, gets back over here so we can get the hell up out of here. In your observation, would Keefe provide money to various athletes who were going to college to play sports in the neighborhood? Yes. So apparently now this witness has watched Keefe D giving money to people. Okay. Now, none of that was unusual to you. No, it wasn't. It wasn't, because he always felt, and by the way, this guy's not a family member. He's nobody. We don't even know what his relationship is with Orlando or Keith Davis. And do you really think that Don Corleone is going to be giving money to people and he's going to have some guy that he doesn't even know standing around watching him? I don't think so. No, it wasn't. It wasn't, because he always felt like it was an agent or something, you know, like, I mean, like, yeah, like, oh, yeah, you know, I got these players, but yeah, no, that's not out of the ordinary for him. So what happens when you're at the Lakewood Mall? Okay, we were getting to the mall. Actually, I'm sorry, before we get to that point, so it's you. Do you remember what the football player's name was? Yeah, he's deceased now. His name was Marcus Hunter. So it's you, Marcus Hunter. Who else is going to the mall with you? Orlando, two other homies named Saki and Hawk, and one of the other homies named Blue Rag. There was like one or two other homies, but not from, you know what I mean? It's been a long time, but fair to say a couple more. A couple more. Yeah, we're about 7 or 8 deep in the mall. And then when you're at the mall, do you all notice something that causes further events to occur? Yes. Well, we were coming from one end and Death Row affiliates were coming from the other end of the mall. We could see them, you know, mall's wide open. We could see them. They had Death Row hats and Death Row shirts and the chains and all the memorabilia, you know, that they wear. It's not memorabilia, it's paraphernalia. We seen them, but we already knew what it was going to be. They screamed out Death Row, you know, we screamed out Southside. And that's when everything just collided. And by colliding, like, just so we can envision what you're talking about, are you all running at each other and just throwing punches? What's happening? No, we didn't run at each other, but we're like walking towards each other. They see they're chill, walking towards each other while everybody's yelling out Southside Compton, da, 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 you know. And when we get close enough to them, the homie Marcus Hunter, that's when he see Trayvon. They played football together, you know. And by the way, Marcus Hunter, didn't we just say Marcus Hunter? Oh, yeah. The dead guy. All right, so they're getting each other close enough. The homie Marcus Hunter, that's when he seen Trayvon. They played football together, you know, have ties. And he grabbed a chain and hit him and knocked him down, basically, knocked him out, basically, for a second. And I'm sorry, you keep saying he and him, so it's hard to keep track. Okay, well, you know, Marcus Hunter grabbed Trayvon's chain and hit him. Ground that we've all been under already. And when he hit him, that's when the whole brawl spilled over from that. Now I'm going to show you grand jury exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person, grand jury exhibit number 6? Who's that? That's Trayvon. Okay. Now Trayvon was part of that death row group. Yes, he's actually from the mob. So he's actually a blood member. Yeah, before the death row stuff, he's a real member. Okay. So he's a real member of Mob Piru. Right. And he was representing death row as well. Right. That's who gave him the job. Suge and them. Yeah, he was representing them. Okay. And then, then Marcus Hunter and him Marcus Hunter grabbed Trayvon's death row chain and also punched him. Yeah, simultaneously. And as a result of this whole brawl occurs. Yeah, that's the ticket. We were full out fighting in the mall. People screaming, running. Morgan Fairchild was there. It spilled over into the Foot Locker. They had to rebuild the whole Foot Locker. They had to rebuild it. It was tore up, That's why there's no security reports or police reports about it, right? Of course there's not. We were battered, we were bruised, battered. It was a real fight. So how does that situation end? It don't. And so at some point, y'all leave the Foot Locker. Well, because it's destroyed, right? How does it end? Yeah, because the sheriff came and we basically outnumbered who came. Okay. So they just was like, they didn't arrest anybody. They were just going to get out of here, of course, because the sheriffs are so afraid of you. They would just get out of here, Of course, they're going to do their homework later, but they just wanted us to get out of there. You know what I mean? Well, here's the problem. Lakewood has their own police department. So I don't know why they'd even be talking about the sheriff, because the sheriff didn't take over operations of a lot of those small towns until the mid 2000s. But they just wanted to get out of there. You know what I mean? So we did. We went our separate ways and got in the car. And of course, we were calling up, telling homies in the neighborhood, watch out. We just got into it with these guys. We got this death row chain. They're coming. So I want to talk a little bit more about that. So you all are leaving and you had mentioned something about a death row chain. Did you guys actually grab a death row chain? We actually grabbed the chain. Womp, 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 womp. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but we actually had the chain. Well, who had the chain? At one point, Marcus had it, Marcus Hunter. Once we got to the neighborhood, we talked to Keefe. Well, I didn't talk to Keefe. Oh, so then why are you even mentioning this? Of course, they talked to Keefe and they went and they met with Keefe. So you weren't part of that conversation. No, I wasn't that part of the conversation. Hearsay, because honestly, I think if I remember it right, it went through Orlando. Okay, let's stop for a minute and go back here just for a second in case anybody hasn't actually figured this out. Then if Marcus Hunter was the one that grabbed the chain, then what the hell was Trayvon Lane talking about, and why did they beat up Orlando Anderson? Facts matter. Who had the chain? Okay, so they didn't talk about. So Orlando went to meet Keefe. So I don't want to talk about anything that happened there because you weren't there at that situation. Oh, really? This is the first time you're actually making that a point? Really? Okay. No, I don't know nothing. Yeah. Well, there's your admission finally. All I know is 10 grand came up for the chain, but other than that, I don't know the conversation. Can I ask you, was there any symbolic value? See, and this is, by the way, guys, here you go. This is the crux of what I've been talking about for live stream. I've been talking about, okay, that if he had just said that they'd gotten in a fight with somebody, that Tupac wouldn't have taken off. He had to have told Tupac that the chain got stolen because of this. Can I ask you, was there any symbolic value for the gang to have a death row chain? Did that mean anything? It's like taking somebody's crown or taking it means something. Okay? That's the point. Tupac would not have gone after Orlando Anderson if Trayvon Lane had just said, hey, there's a guy I got in a fight with. No. Tupac was all big into symbolism. He was into taking somebody's crown, as this person says, this idiot says, and it means something. Yeah. That's for a rival gang to have something that, you know what I mean, says your guy's logo, everything, that proves we took that. So yeah, it helped out a lot. And there was a lot of repercussions after that too. Well, so it's fair to say that as a result of the chain getting taken, what you already had said was an escalated situation, escalated even more. Oh, it blew up. It blew up. I mean, within 24 hours, there were shootings everywhere. Really? We couldn't go, to the neighborhood stores, Instead of going, this is a neighborhood you grew up in, so you can go to the neighborhood store by yourself. At this point, you couldn't. You had to have a few people waiting in the car, a couple jump out with you. You're watching your back. It was real critical at that point. Is it fair to say it was kind of like a war zone? Oh, definitely a war. Oh, got it. If I have a dime for every time that word is used. It was definitely a war. Now, I'm going to fast forward to the incident where Tupac Shakur was shot and subsequently killed, which, by the way, fuck all about. Are you familiar with that incident? I am. Now, did you go to Vegas that weekend? No. But I was supposed to go there, but we got raided for the fighting stuff, in the Lakewood Mall. We got raided for the Lakewood Mall. You don't think that Tim Brennan or Bobby Ladd would have said something about that if the Lakewood Mall was that significant of an event that there was a raid and everything following that? Yeah, okay. So in other words, I got an excuse. I didn't go to Vegas. I didn't have any money. Now I've been to other fights, so that's why I know I would have been there if I wouldn't have got arrested. Well, yeah, we'll find out what you got arrested for later. That'll be a different show. So had you gone to other fights out here in Vegas? Right, correct. And did you remember, like a fighter, that you went to go see out there in Vegas? Oh, I went to see McNeely and Mike Tyson. Okay. In that instance, did you guys get tickets? Keefe D. And so Keefe D did you guys just go for Keefe D or what? No. It never happened that way. It was very rare that we would travel with them like that in the same car or in the same whatever. Yeah. They would always be in front of us and we would be behind them. We'd just get the tickets. Like, okay, Keefe would give it to Lane and Lane would distribute the tickets to us. Take one second, guys. As many of you know, I'm still getting over a cold. Had a good time at the Raiders game, though. Raiders, go Raiders. And had a good time at the game, but still one of those things. All right. And you mentioned earlier that Keefe was the money guy, so he would be the one with the cash to get you guys. Yeah, he bought all the tickets to all that stuff. Did he ever go through Ticketmaster or go? No. He didn't go to Ticketmaster. He had a booster that was one of the best I'd ever seen. Except for the problem is Keefe didn't buy any tickets for the Tyson Seldon fight. And I'm talking about front row seat type stuff. You mean like next to Suge and Tupac? Wow. And how the guy get the tickets, I don't know, but he was a well-known person in the scalper industry. Okay. So yeah, the tickets were sometimes he used to get tickets. Again, what are we even talking about here? Yeah. So yeah, he had some tickets. The scalping world. Okay, yeah, let's burn up some more fuel. While your friends and the big homies out to see a fight. Is that right? Yes. Was that the Mike Tyson Seldon fight? Yes. And this is the weekend of September 1996. When you didn't go and have no personal firsthand knowledge. Yes. And so this is pretty shortly after the Lakewood Mall fight. Like months, if that even happened. Yeah, it's one reason why it really spilled over here. That's what I mean. One reason why. Now, fair to say, because you were in jail, you didn't see or participate in any of the events that happened around the killing, correct? No. So I have no knowledge of any of that. But your friends were out here during that time. Oh, so we're going to talk for my friends now. Okay, correct. And your tight circle included Orlando Anderson, right? When you were in jail, did you hear about the fight that happened after the Tyson Seldon fight? Okay, so now we're in the world of hearsay. Think hearsay. Actually, yes, I did. I was at that time, when you're familiar with as far as gangs and stuff, as far as how they go. But if you're documented as a Crip, Blood or something, they take you to those modules. So I was in a Crip module where it's nothing but Crips. And I was wondering why gang came to my, cell. They're like, boom, turn around. And, I'm like, what's going on, man? He was just like, we just want to show you something. So they took me to a room similar to looking like this with the computers and stuff around. Oh, so they went to the James Bond place with all the computers there. They just grabbed this random person out of the whole crypt module and said, we got to show you something. Why? Because obviously the prison guards all know that this person must be connected. I don't know, maybe they got a name badge or something. And they set me down and they say, you're not going to like what you're about to see, blasey, blasey. I didn't even know what they were going to show me. I didn't know if it was something going on with my family, anything. I don't know what they're about to show me. So he showed me, and that's when I saw the fight. Okay, well, wait a minute. How in the hell? Okay. Do you understand how much crap this is at this point? Okay. This person is saying that the guards in the jail showed him the Orlando Anderson fight. Okay. While they were in jail when the thing happened. Okay. This was before it was even on the news. I saw it. How did you get that into the jail when David Kenner was the first one that ever got it? And then there was no news about it. David Kenner was the first one that ever broadcast that MGM footage. It wasn't on the news. Okay? So there's a lie right there. Show me when I saw it. This is before it was even on the news. And the fight you're talking about is an altercation with Orlando Anderson and members of Death Row. Correct. Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit. You said you've seen this many times before. Yes, you've shown me many times. Is it fair to say that some portions of this are even on the internet? Is that right? Yeah. Certain things I've seen is not on the internet. And the video plays. Okay, I'm going to pause it here real quick. What are you looking at right here? What's going on here? Oh, suddenly now you're the color commentator. Death Row guys jump in Orlando. Yeah. Now, so the Death Rows are jumping Orlando. You've been affiliated with the gangs. Okay, so that means you're nothing. You're just a gang person. And you understand you're in the heat of this during this time. The heat of what? You're in jail. Is this something that might happen in retaliation for a chain getting stolen? Oh, of course. Yeah. That's the ticket. Yeah. Or is it something you might even expect to happen? Is something you might even expect to happen for a chain getting stolen? Yes, if not worse. I'm going to go back to playing the video again. Okay, now, from your observation, what did that appear to be like in terms of, was it a one-on-one fade or was it, no, they jumped him? And that's something that happens sometimes in gang situations? Yeah, the majority of the time. All right. Now, in your experience, if somebody does this to a member of the Southside Crypt, is there a repercussion that needs to happen? There's that prosecutor going for it now. That needs to happen. No leading the witness there. Yeah, something has to happen. And why do you say something has to happen? Well, because you just asked me. It's the world of gangs. If you don't retaliate to a situation that happened or occurred, especially in that magnitude of this, you know what I mean? And to the person that you did it to, which, by the way, wasn't Orlando Anderson. It wasn't Orlando Anderson, according to this person that stole the chain. So why would you even be saying that this is something that should have happened? It's the world of gangs. If you don't retaliate, why aren't they going after the other dude, the football player guy? A lot of homeboys get beat up, come back, oh man, they got me. And a lot of homies won't even run to their aid like that, okay? If we catch them, you know? But if you're at a certain level, it's going to happen. Witness snaps like this, and people are going to, well, you're going to do something. It's going to happen. The video is now stopped at 20:52 and 39 seconds. Do you see somebody wearing a Dan Marino jersey? Yes, that's my buddy Orlando Anderson. And was he the person that was getting beat up on the MGM? Yes. Okay. Now, we already talked about Orlando Anderson being the nephew of Keefe D. And I think you described him as somebody in the gang world that had the silver spoon. Okay, there you go. Personal firsthand knowledge. not, but okay, we'll go. Was born with a silver spoon in his mouth in the gang world. Right. So him getting beat down by Mob Pyru and Death Row, was that going to necessitate a reaction by the Southside Crips? For sure it was. All right, now that prosecutor's smiling. And if we're going to be honest, if you were out there, would that cause you to even have to react a certain kind of way? Oh, yeah, I'm down with it. Yeah, most def. While you're in jail after, well, how long were you in jail? It was only a couple of days. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that the whole meeting happened? Some guard for the jail that they were in a couple of days got a video, took him to the secret control room and played a video of the MGM beating. Huh? Did you meet with any of your friends while you were out in Vegas that weekend? Well, yeah, me and Dre were living together at the time, Big Dre. I met, with Orlando. Okay, so wait a minute. Yeah, you and Dre were living together at the time, not in Vegas, though. And his arm was in a sling when I met, with Orlando. And his arm was in a sling because they had dislocated his shoulder. Uh-oh. Which his shoulder was already messed up, where when he used to get in fights, he'd throw his shoulder sometime. But during that altercation, it popped. Do you think that might have been a good reason to go to the hospital? So we'd always keep a sling. Everywhere we go, cars, everything, you keep one because sometimes he never went through to get the surgery and all that. So yeah, I linked up with them. I didn't link up with Keefe. I see, there we go. More lack of personal knowledge. Here we go. I seen Keefe and T Brown, but when they got into the hood, once they was with us for a few minutes, they went and they did them because, Keefe lived in the hood too. So we went around to his house and, chilled. But I was also around Big Dre in Orlando. Since you and Big Dre lived together, did you ever have a conversation with Big Dre about what went down this weekend? Yeah, he told me what happened. And what did he tell you happened? When did he tell you what happened? Like, did it happen right after he came back? No, we weren't around anyone. It was just us at home. But sounds kind of cozy, doesn't it? We lived in Hawthorne at the time, and we went there, and we just sitting there, like we'll just be talking, just talking. And I'm like, man, that's messed up how they did Lane. And he was like, yeah, man, this happened, and we seen them, we was going to Club 662. Okay. And so, wait, I'm going to break this down a little bit. See, now the attorney's got to jump back in here again because what they've just said was, we're not talking about anything. He's not telling me anything. And so the prosecutor's got to be like, no, we got to get to that part where we told you about it. Was it weird for Orlando Anderson to be by himself, given the fact that you all were in kind of this situation? Well, first off, that person wasn't in Vegas. So what situation was that person in? It was because we move in groups. You know what I mean? That was especially with him not having Big Dre with him. Now, we all don't go walk to the restroom with him. It would have been Big Dre, and Big Dre honestly asked him, like when he said he was going to the restroom, and Dre's like, oh, I'm going to go too, and they told him, nah, man, I'm going to go. I got it. You stay right here, you know what I mean? Okay. So here it is. Everything here is hearsay bullshit. I don't know what Lane was thinking. He knew that death row people were there. That's for sure. He knew that. Everybody knew the death row people were there. Is this based on your personal firsthand knowledge that you were there? Everybody knew? Everybody knew death row was there. They even knew death row knew we were even there before we even got there. Not we. I'm saying we as in the neighborhood. That the neighborhood got there? Okay. Yeah. Did Big Dre tell you about what happened at the fight? Got to get back to this again. Did he see the fight? Did he see the aftermath of the fight in terms of Orlando getting beat down? No, he didn't see it. or he would have been right there with him. But they linked up after Orlando got together and walked off and met up with his uncle Keefe D. Yes. At some point, there was a decision made. Did Big Dre tell you what the plan was after leaving MGM? Again, personal firsthand knowledge. Yes. Yeah. Well, of course, and by the way, another dead guy. Well, they didn't have nothing like set in stone what they wanted to do, but the whole idea was to catch him. And catch who? Tupac and Suge. Now, did you find out what happened to the football guy that stole the? I'm confused. Now, did you find out how they got firearms, or did they bring the firearms with them? How did they get the firearms? Zip. You feeling the narrative? One of these players that's out of New York, out of Harlem. That's actually how we met Puff. Wait a minute. Didn't that person just say that they never really hung out with the artist? That's kind of what I remember them saying. That's how we got connected with Puff, is through his drug lord. Even bigger, he was bigger than Keefe, way bigger than Keefe D, but out of Harlem. And he had a compartment built in his Benz, and he told Keefe, okay, yeah, more personal first-hand knowledge. You go, I got this pistol if y'all need it, I think somebody's been reading Keefe D's book. But not only that, though, at that time, we had homeboys that lived here. So they were trying to coordinate linking up with the homies too. You know what I mean? That was living here already to get weapons. And they were going to meet up at the Club 662. Meet up. Okay. So it's going to be a planned thing, I guess. Okay. Just like they got the guns from Zip. Zip gave the gun to Keefe. Okay. And that's what Dre told you, that Zip got the gun. Yeah, that's Zip. Yeah, that's the ticket. Zip was the one. So I want to show you grand jury exhibit number 7. And you said that Zip. Yes. So you hear from Dre that Keefe gets the gun from Zip. Have you ever seen this secret compartment before? I knew he had it. He used to have them. Okay. First off, the answer to that would be no. But they think that there was one. He used to have them in his vans. He used to have those kinds of vans where, like a family van, the big ones, but like Safari vans, but they'd be tricked out and we had like a microwave and a stove and a little refrigerator and a disco ball that hang down. We knew that he had, compartments and stuff like that. But I didn't actually see the compartment. I told you that was a no. All right. So again, here we go, leading the witness. So Dre tells you the plan is to link up with everybody, go to 662. Why 662? What were they expecting to happen? Of course, he's asking somebody who wasn't there. Who were they expecting at 662? Well, they knew they were going to bump into Sugar Pac that night because Pac was supposed to perform that night anyway. And so, for a record, 662, for the record, 662 is what that means, right? Why don't you tell us? It spells mob. So on your phone, 662 spells MOB out, So this is back in the day where you had to press a number 1, 2, or 3 times. Correct. No. Huh? All right. So 662 corresponds to mob. Yes, it does. Now, you had mentioned that Keefe was trying to organize people you guys had out here also to go to Club 662. Is that right? Correct. Well, let them know this is going on. We were beefing. Well, we already was beefing, but it's on. We had it over here. And, of course, they're like, okay, let us get together. Boom, boom. We're going to make you guys over here. And it's fair to say communication was a little bit more difficult back in 1996. Yeah, way different. Yes, way different. So that's why the time gap, again, because in that case, they would have been at the MGM and snap like that. Anything's accessible right there. Wait a minute. Why would they be at the MGM? That already happened. anything's accessible right here. You can hop on the freeway, boom, you're there. But yeah, so they just went on their own. You know, he was going anyway, but so Dre tells you, okay, yeah. So the witness is wandering off into oblivion here, just kind of doing a Joe Biden, just kind of wandering on anyway. So Dre tells you what happens. See, the prosecutor, I got to bring him back. Come on, pay attention. Dre tells you what happened. Like, do they see Tupac and Suge at Club 662? Not actually at Club 662. On the way to Club 662, they seen him. They said how they seen him was Suge and them had an entourage of cars behind them, you know, with different people, homies, possibly security behind them. Okay, from a person that wasn't there. Again. And, you know, with different people. How they saw them is beyond me. But okay, we'll just go with it. And then they said what caught their eye was they seen some girls who were like, oh, that's Tupac, screaming out the car, you know, Tupac, Tupac, Tupac. So that alerted because they didn't know which car nobody was in at that time. So that signaled them to like Tupac and them in the 745 or 750, whatever it was. So T Brown merged a certain way because remind you, they were in an entourage. So we were, okay. So now I'm suddenly there. The homies was in an entourage and they kind of just zoomed up right on the side of where Tupac and them was at. Okay, so what happened to the U-turn? They were in an entourage, no U-turn? Okay. So I'm going to stop you right there. You said T Brown. See, he's going to straighten this out now. T Brown told you that T Brown was driving? Yeah, T Brown was driving. Keefe D was in the passenger side. Orlando was in the passenger rear side, and DeAndre was on the left side. Well, that's pretty specific for somebody who wasn't there. Okay, it was T Brown, known as somebody who could drive pretty okay. Yeah, he did a lot. T Brown was one of those people that does a lot of dirt. So he had to drive away from a lot. He was a good driver because he had to drive away from a lot of people in his lifetime. He was actually pretty good at it, you know. So he was known as a pretty good wheel man. Yes. And then you said Keefe D was in the front passenger seat. Yes. Does it surprise you that Keefe D would be in the front? I mean, given the fact that his stature is he's the OG, would it make sense to you that he was in the front? Yeah, he wasn't going to get in the back. Yeah, of course not. Why would he do that? That's where people get shot. And that's when you said Orlando Anderson was behind his uncle. Yeah. And then you said Big Dre was on the driver's side back. Yeah, behind Terry. Okay. And so did Big Dre tell you what happens after they see Tupac? Okay, this is, again, witness hearsay. Yeah, well, they got on the side of him. Keefe handed the gun to Lane. And Lane's Orlando Anderson. Orlando Anderson, yeah. And he handed it to him, which honestly, if it wasn't Orlando sitting right there, I think he would have handed it to Dre first. Isn't that what Keefe D said he did? He handed it to Dre, and Dre said, no. Yeah, I think so. Facts matter. Unbelievable. But knowing what just happened to Orlando, he's going to give Orlando the chance to redeem himself in a certain kind of ways. You know what I mean? Oh, you mean the guy with the hurt shoulder? Yeah, I'm going to give you the option to do your thing. You know what I mean? So the gang culture is typical that the person who took the beating, gets to exact the revenge, right? Because who's going to take the initiative if you don't? Oh, so wait a minute. So if by that logic, if Trayvon Lane had his chain snatched, why wasn't Trayvon Lane doing the one running after Orlando Anderson? Especially if he saw him before Tupac even got there. That doesn't make any sense. If the gangs, they're going to take initiative, then why did Trayvon Lane do it? Because it was never taken in the first place. Would it be fair to say it'd be expected of Orlando Anderson? Oh, yeah, Orlando, he wasn't coming back to Compton with nothing being done. That would put smut all over with everything that he gained by being in the gang world, what levels he was on, by him going back there and getting stomped out like that. You know, everybody, feels like you're what you are no more. You know what I mean? And so you have the gun being passed from Keefe D to Orlando Anderson. That's what Dre told you. Yeah, it's exactly what he told me. Oh, okay. But is it fair to say that Dre told you that the Tupac vehicle, BMW, is actually on the driver's side? Is that right? Correct. And so what does Dre tell you happened after Keefe D passed the... See, they don't have any witnesses that actually know what happened, okay? So they have to say, well, so this guy told you this, right? Oh, right. When he passed the firearm to Orlando didn't have a clear shot. I wonder how many people they auditioned for this. Big Dre is 6'6". At this time, he's 340, 374. He's big. And you're not going to be able to lean over a big guy like that and get, I mean, in my time of knowing things, you're not going to reach over like that because shells would have been popping all in Big Dre's face and all kinds of stuff. He can't bend down or anything. He's too big. So Dre said that, like, he's on my side, basically, I'll do it, basically. But it was, you only have a split second. So the way I'm saying, it might have seemed a little slow, but this is how he did it. Lane couldn't get a clear shot. Boom. Dre said, hey, give me the pistol. Got the pistol. Boom. Did his thing. Did the shooting. Now you hear a lot of speculation about the big arm. Well, this is also telling. Now you hear a lot of speculation of big arm, like Gene Deal and other people saying that. We're not going to get into any of those things, says the prosecutor. Why not? Yeah. Just what other people are saying. Okay, wait a minute. So we're not going to talk about, you hear a lot of speculation of big arm, which is what people are saying, but then the prosecutor says, we just want to know about what other people are saying. I just want to hear what Dre told you. That's exactly what Dre told me, that he did the shooting. Okay, Dre told you he did the shooting. He did the shooting. And based on his size and where he was positioned, where he says he was positioned in the car, and which, by the way, do you think any witness, if a guy's 400 pounds sitting in a car, that anybody's going to mistake who that guy is or that they wouldn't see him in that car? Really? He was better positioned to do it, period. Okay, now one thing I didn't ask you, did they ever tell you what car they were in? Oh, yeah, it was a white Cadillac that was rented from Terry's, his mother or his brother. We might have to kind of talk about that for a minute. What do you say, guys? We got a lot of viewers shopping in. We got, let's see here. Gotta find it again because I'm not prepared like usual. Well, these things kind of pop up and I got to be ready for them, but that stuff happens. You remember the time that I was talking about, we did that whole live stream on that one police report that said that the Cadillac, that the white Cadillac was recovered in 1996. Remember this one? And this is what we had. And we said, gosh, looks to me like there's a white Cadillac stolen in the commission of a crime, Seville, stolen locally and recovered locally. That's what it said. And we, of course, because what do we do, knuckleheads? We question everything. You smash that like button. All right. Check this. Nope. Huh? Bear with me for a minute. I'm finding what I'm looking for here. Oh, that's right. All right. Feast your eyes on this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Tupac assassination experience exclusive. What, you're like, what? Yeah, what? I don't see anything. What? Hold on. What do we have here? We have a crime scene report that was taken September 8th, 1996, 4100 Paradise Road. Recovered stolen vehicle. So, folks, not only is that correct that they said there, because we worried maybe they were making a mistake. Here's the report about it. Color negatives were exposed, showing location and condition of the above listed vehicle to include apparent point of entry, driver's door pride, damage to the ignition punched, possible suspect key theft on driver's seat impounded, and location of latent prints recovered. Latent print processing conducted with latent prints recovered from the passenger door, window frame, and middle window driver's side. What the hell did I tell you? Ladies and gentlemen, what did I tell you? I told you that Vegas police, if they had that car and they did the most basic of police work, would have gotten prints off that car and hair and fiber samples. Well, it doesn't look like they did hair and fiber samples, but they certainly did what they were supposed to do in terms of the stolen vehicle. Okay, so let's go back to our narrative. Okay, they got it. And they got prints. They got a palm print. They got hand prints. They got fingerprints on the Cadillac. And by the way, just so you understand, excuse me, the Cadillac was recovered September 8th. Remember, 11:15 on September 6th in the evening is only 45 minutes from the 8th of September. So you have to understand, they picked up that car right away, and they picked it up at, it's called Silver Sevens Hotel, giant parking lot. And it's only about, as the crow flies, maybe 3 or 4, maybe less than a mile, maybe 3 or 4 blocks actually from the crime scene. They went around, down and around and up. I can show you a map, but I don't want to get stalled up on time here. That car was recovered. So let's get back to this. And by the way, I guess you're not supposed to know about that Cadillac being recovered. I guess you're not supposed to know that. Because, yeah, it was a white Cadillac that was rented from Terry's. There you go. Okay. I know his brother used to rent a lot. See, by the way, this is the thing. Vegas PD doesn't have to show the grand jury anything they don't want to show the grand jury. So the grand jury has no idea that they've got a recovered stolen white Cadillac. They have no idea. So they're going to let this witness yada yada about a rented car. I know his brother used to rent a lot of cars for him. I don't know which one. It was a brown. I don't know which one, but yeah, it was a Cadillac. Oh, okay, well, there you go. And did Dre tell you what happened after Dre shoots? Yeah, he said after he did the shooting, the entourage was behind Suge and them. They said once they, was about to hit that corner, that a few shots occurred. From what I heard back, here we go again, was Trayvon and them trying to chase down Lane. Yeah, so now Trayvon Lane's going to get in the action there. So Dre told you that Trayvon, the person, if we can take a step back, the person whose chain got taken back at the Lakewood Mall, Trayvon is the one that's returning fire, trying to chase him down. He was in the car with someone else, but I don't know who. But yeah, Trayvon sent a couple of shots at their, at Keefe D's way to try to pursue the chase. But Terrence got away, maneuvered. And it was some girls, too, that was trying to follow Dre and them. Okay. Do you remember, just out of curiosity, do you remember what Keith Davis said about the girls in the car? Does anybody remember that? Anybody remember laughter? Hold on. Hold that thought. All right. Okay. Yeah. So here, I'm going to get this for you here. All right. So I can probably make this a little bit bigger, maybe. Oh, no, I think I fucked it up. I think I did. I fucked it up. Oh, now I got to go. Sorry. Now I got to go through the whole thing to just crap. All right. Oh, no, we're going to. Okay. Here's what he had to say. And I actually should see if I can make this bigger so you can actually read it. And for some reason, it's not. Oh, come on. Don't you love when technology lets you down? Well, it says when this here. I'm just going to read it here. When the shooting stopped, we boned out, and a white Chrysler Sebring full of young ladies was following us. Their window quickly got shot out, so they stopped following. Keefe D in his book, because obviously he's telling the truth, right? He says that the Chrysler Sebring with the girls had their windows shot out. Unbe-freaking-leavable. The bullshit here is just staggering bullshit here. I mean, this is like bullshit of epic proportions, straight up. Just bullshit of epic proportions here. All right, so let's get back to this cavalcade of horse shit. Yeah, Trayvon said a couple of shots their way. Keefe D and them pursued chase, but Terrence, he got away. He maneuvered. There was some girls that was trying to follow Dre and them. Okay, Dre and them. He just said he gave them a couple back, like boom, boom, and he said they just veered off basically, and they kept going. So then did Dre tell you what they did after the shooting? He didn't exactly tell me. So if he didn't tell you, then yeah, and I didn't ask, you know what I mean? Certain things, when you get too involved in it, here comes this is the hood hustle. When you get too involved in it, like you say, oh, well, when you do what you do, now it seems like you're trying to get information, and they think that regardless, you could be their best friend or their best bud, and they'll be like, man, why are you asking me? Why, you know what I mean? So you kind of got to let that come out of you from them, You can't really ask, oh, man, this and that. You can't. That's cardinal sin. So the prosecutor says, well, let me ask you this. I mean, was this just part of was this just him relaying it to you, or were you trying to get the information? No, I wasn't trying to get the information. It was just standard conversation, like we always talk about shootings. We live together, talk about stuff. It was that kind of setting. Did you ever see the white Cadillac? Yeah, I seen it before. Wait a minute. Didn't they just say, okay, stop. Okay, that's 142138. Didn't this same person say they didn't know it was a Cadillac? Hold on. That they didn't know what the rental was? I believe it was Terry's, his mother of cars. I know his brother used to rent a lot of cars. I don't know which one, but yeah, it was a Cadillac. But now suddenly they know exactly the car. Okay, now I'm tracking again. Okay, now I'm tracking. Is that time? Did you ever see the Cadillac? Yeah. So you saw it before they left? Yeah. And did you see it after it came back? I didn't see it when it came back. No, I didn't. Okay, so you had no personal firsthand knowledge. Who was driving it, or who had the white Cadillac when you saw it before they left? Terry, he had it, because he's a good driver. Okay, so obviously this whole thing. Ultimately, you learn that Tupac dies, right? Yes. And this is a huge worldwide story, right? Yes. And amongst not just the world, but amongst the neighborhood, is it fair to say people are talking about what happened in Vegas? Oh, yeah. And did Dre ever publicly go around the neighborhood saying, I shot Tupac? No, he didn't. One reason he didn't is, for one, you don't want the heat, I killed a rapper, Tupac at that point. Well, gee, isn't that funny? Because isn't that what they said Orlando Anderson was doing the whole time? running around bragging that he'd shot Tupac. And not only that, but he didn't want to take the credit for Orlando. Okay. So he said he didn't want to take the credit for Orlando while you were in the hood where people are in the neighborhood, where people assuming that Orlando Anderson was the shooter. See, because what they're doing now is because of all of the doubt about Orlando Anderson, and even maybe that he was injured, they're shifting it now to somebody else because it doesn't matter to convict Keefe D. Yeah, that's how it was painted. Everybody said Orlando did it. So the word on the street was Orlando. It was Orlando, word on the street. So Dre told you didn't want to take the credit for it. You know, you all realize that Orlando Anderson actually got sued by the estate over this whole thing. That Orlando Anderson was on interview after interview after interview about this. Okay, and the pain that he was under. Do you really think if Orlando Anderson was that well plugged into the whole situation that Dre would have let him go through all of that pain just so he could say he did it? No. If anything, he would have, if he was lower man on the totem pole than Orlando Anderson, if Orlando Anderson so plugged in, he would have taken the hit or taken the rap for Orlando Anderson to get him out because of who his uncle was, if you believe the horseshit. Dre told you he didn't want to take the credit for it. He said there wasn't no reason, you know, it happened to him, it happened to Orlando, and him knowing the street aspect of everything. He like, no, that's his best bud. Go ahead, man. I'll let you get, you know, this glory. Yeah. You mean all of the negative newspaper articles about him, all of the interviews, all of the courtroom testimony, the lawsuits against him, having to get an attorney and all. Yeah, that's the glory, you know. Now, did it affect the gang culture, particularly in the mid-90s? Now, of course, now this witness suddenly has become like a professor of anthropology. Now, did it affect the gang culture, particularly the mid-90s? Like, was it important that Orlando Anderson is the person that gets the retaliation? Yes, because back then it was called, you got to get your man. Okay. So that's like whenever somebody, when they did it to you, did something to you, your whole thing, you have to go get your man because you won't be respected. Oh, yeah? Then why didn't Trayvon Lane go get his whole man? See, if you do anything else besides get your man, it was all for nothing, basically. So, I mean, when people look at Orlando at a slightly lower level, even if it was his homie Dre that did the shooting, well, I don't know. Would they look any less at Trayvon Lane if Tupac did the hitting when it should have been Trayvon Lane doing it? If he got his chain snatched to begin with? Probably. Yeah, they would, you know. A lot of people wait for those moments. You know what I mean? Like he ain't all that or he's not all this. And then if that came out, he didn't do it, like now it's a whole thing. Now you're subject to get tested because you're not that person that you're supposed to be portraying to be. By getting tested, you mean other people the gang might challenge. Yeah, they might try to challenge, you know what I mean? Your gang, and you know that could be a problem. Now, when you were in group settings with Orlando Anderson, would people ever say, like, would the homies, that's funny, coming from the process, would the homies ever say to Orlando, oh, yeah, you got Tupac, or mention the fact, yeah, a few homies. See, our homies on the block, even though I don't know their names, we all Southside, you know, they're the streets, you know, but right after where we're at, nobody on our end was saying nothing like that. Okay, so nobody said it. It's like the others in the hood just want to know, like, did you do Pac? Bo, woo, woo. And to be honest, Lane was like, man, y'all crazy, man. Don't believe everything you hear. He used to shut them down, which they knew the truth. Really? Right. But you know what I mean? Well, they thought they knew the truth, but he never gloated about it. He just played it off. You know? And like, y'all crazy. So he never gloated about it or took it as like, I'm the man. Honestly, I never seen that. I didn't see in him, you know what I mean? Well, that's different than what Tim Brennan and Bobby Ladd said. They said he was running around town bragging about everything. How many people have you seen the interviews with where they said Orlando Anderson was running around town bragging about the fact that he'd capped Tupac? Really? Yeah, well, Zip provided it. Is that right? Provided the firearm and Zip for the shooting. Is that right? Yeah. Well, Zip provided it. Keefe gave it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I wasn't there. Jesus. And in the car, in that situation where you've got T. Brown, the driver, you've got a couple of young soldiers in the back, and you got Keefe D in the front, who's the person in charge and making the plans of what's going to happen in that car. Okay, that's funny because that must be their shot caller thing. Keefe is the one who's going to make all the arrangements, all the plans until all of that gun goes into somebody else's hand because now you going off on your own accord. You know what I mean? He can't control. He can't force somebody to shoot. He can't force. Yeah. Wait a minute. He can't force somebody to shoot. He can't force. Yeah. But if Keefe hands the gun to Orlando says, no, I'm out. That's going to cause a big problem. Oh yeah. That would have went real left. That would have been real left. And if Keefe handed the gun to Dre, it would have went very terrible because that's not no blood to Keefe. Keefe would have come back as much as he talks. He would have came back. Oh yeah, he this and that, da da da. Yeah, he would have really poured it on Big Dre. He would have poured it on him. So if they wanted to, can you imagine the jurors actually trying to keep up with all this? So if you wanted to stay in the good with the gang, good with the neighborhood, they had to do what Keefe was saying. When he's handling it over, he's orchestrating when he's handing the gun back. Okay, so here we go. Leading the witness again. When he's handing it over, Keefe's orchestrating. There's a word that he's handing the gun back. Right. Or at least attempt. At least attempt. It doesn't mean, at least if tragedy wouldn't have happened, as long as they would have known that you got to get back, that was enough that they feel that you put forth the effort to take care of the situation. All right, the state has no more questions for this witness, thank God. Do any members of the grand jury have any questions for Mr. Lee? Well, by a juror. Did you go by a different name besides Denvanta? Yes, my gang-banging name was Dirt Rock. Dirt like dirt and rock. Yeah. Okay. Another juror says, so the intended target wasn't necessarily Tupac. It was just a person from death row. Well, Tupac is the one that hit him, right? Oh, no, you're wrong. If you thought Tupac was the intended victim, you're wrong. No, just a person from death row. So I guess because Tupac beat up Orlando Anderson, anybody from death row could get beat up, even though they just got done saying that you had to be one-on-one and had to get back at the person that did you wrong. Get your guy. Wasn't that what they called it? Yeah, but no, I guess now just any person from death row will do. Because in that case, they would have went anywhere and got, anybody from death row. It was specifics. If you didn't get Sugar Tupac, it was basically for nothing. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have been brought no justice to our team at that time. So they feel they got something good, which was Orlando Anderson, even though he didn't get, killed that day. But they feel so we have a match, the energy, meaning we have to get somebody on your statue or higher. And Suge and Tupac are the main ones. Plus, Orlando had a problem with Tupac running up on him because he felt Tupac couldn't beat him up or nothing. He really wanted to fight Tupac, literally. And so, yeah, that was the goal, to get Suge or Tupac, anybody from death row. It wouldn't have done no good. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So another juror says, was Tupac or Suge involved in the MGM thing, or was that just some... Wait. Were Tupac and Suge... Have these jurors actually... Did these jurors even have a pulse? I mean, they watched the MGM thing and they're asking now, this juror is asking, was Suge or Tupac involved in the MGM thing? Or was that just a no? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then death row soldiers? Not to cut you off. I'm sorry. That's okay. Yes, they were involved. Okay. Because the answer first was no. Or was that just some death row soldiers? Not to cut you off. I'm sorry. That's okay. Yes, they were involved. Who were there? Yeah, they were there. Suge tried to act like he didn't kick Orlando. He tried to act like he wasn't participating in it. Even Orlando said. And then, of course, the attorney says, let me stop you. Okay? Because he's about to say, even Orlando said he didn't do it. We have other witnesses who will describe who each of these people are. So enough from you. But let me ask you, in watching the video that you watch, have you seen Tupac and Suge actually involved? See, Suge's over there, the big guy in the back. He's the one that got in a few kicks. There's Pac right there. So let me ask it this way. When Dre was telling you what happened at the MGM, did Dre tell you about who everyone believes started this fight? Well, that's kind of, see, here it comes down to, I don't know. Because Dre told me, and then the attorney, okay, you know what? Have you strike that? Did you become aware of who started the fight at the MGM? Didn't know exactly who started it. Well, wait a minute. Didn't you just say that Tupac did it? Okay, so if you don't know, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know who started it. Okay. Juror says, oh, okay, perfect. The foreperson, any other questions? The juror says, oh, yeah, sorry, one question. So from your knowledge, which doesn't appear to be very broad, or what you were made aware of, there was only one firearm that was fired. Oh, personal firsthand knowledge, not anyone? One firearm, okay. And when you're saying one firearm, you mean Dre told you. See, this is here comes the cleanup crew. No personal firsthand knowledge. So the attorney has to be an attorney and say it the right way. So, and when you're saying one firearm, you mean Dre told you that there was only one firearm shooting from the vehicle and from the white Cadillac. Yeah, that's the only weapon that was in the vehicle. Really? And that's based on what do you know that you know weren't there? Okay. There you go. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, while law of these proceedings are secret and you're prohibited from disclosing anyone or anything that transpired before us, including evidence presented to the grand jury. Failure to comply with this admonition is a gross misdemeanor. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Thank you very much. That completes the presentation of evidence for today. And it's a secret proceeding, and we'll leave it at that. Holy macaroni and cheese. That was a lot. That was a lot. Yeah, Big J21. Jurors' minds were blown. Oh, my goodness sakes. Oh, Whiskey to Don says that Dirt Rock already did an interview on YouTube. I wonder if the interview on YouTube is any different than what this person told the jury there. Maybe see that's probably what the prosecutor did is they just typed in Google and YouTube and go Southside Crip and it came up. Wow. Have to go check out that video, guys. You'll have to do that for sure. Robert Last piled in late. Says, why does Pac believe that Keefe D is saying? I actually don't believe that they do. I think that their official position on this all is that it's all about the that justice might be served. I don't know that they believe it or not. Actually, and the rumor mill has it that there may be some skepticism because of the timing of all of it. Well, they're saying they don't know which car. It was brown. I mean, well, which mother brother rented it. I think it's the latter. I think they didn't know if the mother or brother rented the car. All right. So. Well, T.O. Garrett says, are you not going to read Reggie's or did I miss it? No, you haven't missed anything. These transcripts are like 80 pages long, man. I mean, it's like it's been 2 hours for me to get through How many did we do? We did Idi Amin, and we did the who else did we do? We did Idi Amin. We didn't we do 3? I think we did 3. No, yes, we did 3. So we did that. So yeah, no. All right, so let's do this. Because man, we're 2 hours in on this already. You know, you guys know me. You know, I'm not a big, do these damn 4-hour live streams. It's crazy. But it might be. Well, let me see if there's something I could do, something I may have in the toy box for a minute. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break for a minute. We'll come back. I'm going to do a little intermission. I'll probably just end up playing the leader to go in on it again, to go and do that. And I will be right back. Hang tight, guys. Intermission.
One day. I ain't ready for me.
Hustling, trying to survive, serving the king. It's such a shame, cause where we live is hell. So many's dying on the streets, are locked up in the cell. When we learn, brothers cheap from getting high absurd. Hanging out, smoking weed till the early morning. They need the Lord in their life, cause it's full of tears. And even if I have to die, I'ma reach my peers and let them know about the blood Jesus Christ shed. Cause if it wasn't for his mercy, we'd probably be dead. Or somewhere lost inside this world, wasting life away. To all my people, hold your head, cause there's a brighter day. And just like Moses, I'm gonna lead my people to the light. With hopes and dreams, cause one day we're gonna get it right. I never doubt, cause with Christ all things are possible. Avoiding all the criticism and every obstacle. One day, one day. Just know that God is on your side and that you're not alone. I know it's hard trying to make it in this cold world, where everybody's out for self in this cold world. Too many people out here hurting, struggling to survive, doing anything they can just to stay alive. Look in the eyes and all you see is a lot of pain. Hoping one day we can make it through the storm and rain. Cause it's been years that we've been trapped inside this wilderness. A stronghold for oppression controlled by weariness. And late at night on the streets I can hear him call. Keep on believing cause one day he's gonna free us all. And just before I close my eyes I say a prayer at night. With hopes and dreams cause one day we're gonna get it right. I keep on trusting in the Lord despite what others say. Because I know that in the end there's a better way. One day, one day.
We're back. It's kind of like, I don't know, boxing, like those with all the undercards, right? Okay. All right. So we're going to go on now. And of course, if it comes as any shock to any of you that Reggie Wright Jr. would have been included in this. Hold on a second. I'll shut the door. Would have been included in this cavalcade of crap. Then, and by the way, if you haven't noticed by now, kind of what they got is kind of weak tea. It's kind of not, I mean, what did anything that person that was the Southside Crip testify to other than what they were told? Did they offer any evidence at all against Keefe D? Nothing. did Malcolm Greenidge offer any testimony against Keefe? Nothing. Okay. So again, here we go. All right. Okay, so let's cue it up. La di di da di da. All right, and we didn't even get to Bobby Ladd, but that's interesting all by itself. And by the way, one thing I will do. Hold on, so let me with Bobby Ladd for a minute. Let me get down to, because I don't think you want it. Leonard Jefferson was the guy that took the last photograph of Tupac, so you probably don't really care. All right, let's just see. I may have highlighted some things from his. Tim Brennan just basically says, gangs are bad, okay? All right. Okay, so we're talking about working security, death row. Yeah, okay. So the gang members are part of security. Who paid them? Suge Knight. That's based on his own personal. See, if you're seeing a theme here, personal firsthand knowledge. Okay, he doesn't know that. How does he know that? How would you ever prove that? Okay. All right. Okie dokie. All right, so let's get down to it, shall we? Da 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 da. Let's see, is this? All right. I don't think this is the. I don't think this is the one. Hang on a second here. Hang on, I gotta find it. Working on finding it real quick. Okay, that was Malcolm Greenidge. Okay, that's we don't need that one anymore. Close that down. No. Okay, this is Bobby Ladd, so we don't need him anymore. This was the gangbanger person, I think. Okay, yeah, that's the gangbanger person. Okay. All right. All right, so let's see here. Well, Fletcher called it. Vegas PD spent hours talking to a guy who played his date, tells him he wasn't there. This is what I'm talking about. Pretty weak tea. Maybe some stuff to indicate puppy relationship with Keefe. Well, again, I'm trying to not make comment on it because I want you guys to not be influenced by what I'm putting out there. All right. So let's get the hell into it, shall we? Let's find out what Veggie told the grand jury. Think you're going to learn a lot. Go to school today and learn a little bit about somebody you may or may not already know about. Well, at least the latest version of what it is that you know about it. And then you can compare and contrast about what it is that you've ever heard. What's happening, J Roast? Whiskey to Dawn, RJ, so they did not match any prints to the abandoned Cadillac. If they had, they wouldn't have had to go to a grand jury. And if you notice, that nobody's been asked in all these grand jury things, no, there was no matches to that. Oh, and I'm so tempted to tell you guys this. Oh, I'm so tempted. Oh, should I? Really? Come on, tell him to call me for God's sake. Samantha, tell him to call me. Get him on the phone. Get him on the phone. So, all right. So we're here. I told you, get him out. What do I got to make the call? For heaven's sakes. I figured he'd be too tired. Hold on.
What up?
What up, my brother? So
I didn't know you were live streaming until just a second ago.
Yeah, we've been on it 2 hours and 20 minutes already on the most epic live stream I think I've ever done. So
really,
yes,
I mean that's a big effing deal.
It is. Well, we're reading the transcript of the grand jury proceeding.
So I caught absolutely none of it. You want to catch me up on
Yeah, guys, should I just start all over again? Huh? Well, let me just quote.
News or something?
Well, yeah, let me just quote Keefe D. It was all bullshit. So that's about it.
I see that. I saw some clips. I think I sent you a screenshot of it. So they're talking about how it was Dre who did it.
Yeah.
There was a witness that wasn't even in the car. How are you a witness if you weren't there?
Well, we just got through.
You probably already talked about this, didn't you?
Yeah, well, no, we just got through that. We just got through that witness's testimony, and I think I'm probably 5 IQ points dumber for having gone through it. Honestly.
So, what do you think so far? I haven't had a chance to read it. I've been working doubles.
Yeah.
Because unlike some people, not present company, I actually have a life and a job. I swear, some of these guys don't have jobs. They just talk on the internet.
What their job is to sell death row T-shirts and death row chains. That's the job. That's what they do. They said the T-shirt sales guys. I went to the ball game and there were guys that were selling football jerseys outside the ball game. I mean, it could be a good business, but I'm just not sure how popular Death Row Records T-shirts are. I mean, it's not that kind of T-shirt that you wear like if you're going to the bank or something like that. You rip out a Death Row T-shirt. So there's always that. So what I was getting ready to do is for the main event tonight. I'm going to pull up Reginald Wright Jr.'s testimony, and I'm going to read his testimony for everybody who cares about what he had to say. And y'all can compare and contrast to what has been said in the past, because I think there's a few things where the story's just changed a little bit. All right, so we got the bike cops. And by the way, Jesse, I will tell you this. Remember how you and I were wondering what the hell the bike cops were doing in the parking structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think we even went up there.
Yes, there was some illumination given by one of the bike cops and the security guy for the Maxim Hotel. Apparently, there had been a couple of vans, a rash of caravans being stolen, Dodge Caravans, that were broken into and stolen. And they were up there taking a report on a broken into Dodge Caravan. They were doing that, and that's when they heard the shots, and their testimony is basically they saw nothing. So that was, I don't even know why they went in front of the grand jury, because their testimony was like, we didn't see anything. They actually,
why would they include that? That's weird.
Well, it was even worse. Well, funny thing about, because they probably wanted to know what the hell 2 bike cops were doing in a parking garage at night. Okay. Other than what you and I speculated they might be doing.
Maybe they just needed some privacy.
You know what? That's probably true. All right, so let's get. But
If you don't mind, I'll hang tight. I'll be quiet. I won't interrupt. I'll hang tight and I'll chime in. I'll chime in after you're done. But I'll hang on the phone.
Was it okay? Yeah. You know what? You want to hang on the phone, or you want to just you want to cut it, and I'll call you back.
I'll just hang out. I'll mute it.
Okay. Very good. All right. I better make sure my phone's plugged in here, because this could be a minute. All right. I'm putting you over here. They can't hear you so well, but I'll move you over. Okay. All right. So just mute your phone. Okay. All right. So I am going to get to. All right. Here we go. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the now pending before this grand jury, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? That is a sworn testimony, aka if you're lying, it's perjury. All right, you're here today to give testimony in the investigation. And again, one of the questions everybody keeps asking is, why would you have Reggie Wright testify as a witness if you're trying to get Keefe Davis? Because what possible information would Reggie Wright have personal firsthand knowledge? And by the way, Jesse, that's something we've been talking a lot about, is that personal firsthand knowledge. If you don't have it, it's hearsay. So, you got to testify about what you know about. And again, other than general reputation and what they heard, there's no personal firsthand knowledge. But we're going to go through the exercise anyway, because I love wasting my time on this. All right. Let me refresh for a moment. Okay. And I'll tell you, the Raiders lost a good game yesterday. They had every opportunity and they lost that game. Sad. All right. Good morning, sir. How you doing today, sir? Good. I don't do a very good impression, so I'll just have to read it straight. Good. Where did you grow up? I grew up initially in Los Angeles, the Watts area of Los Angeles. About the second grade, I guess I'd make about 7 or 8. My family moved to the city of Compton. And the city of Compton, what did your father do? My father was a police officer in my childhood, and he rised to the rank of captain for the city of Compton Police Department. And what's your father's name? Reginald Dillborn Wright Jr. And did he work for a particular unit during your time as a youth in Compton? Well, initially, like most patrol officers, and he eventually, and for a long time of his career, was over the gang or an officer in the gang unit. Then later, he supervised the gang and homicide unit for the city of Compton. All right. Now, when you were growing up, did you live next to each other? I'm sorry. When you were growing up, did you live next to other or interact with other known gang members or people who had become gang members? Yes, sir. To be honest, the main area that I grew up with was the Mob Pyrus or the Loiters Park area. However, the city of Compton is one of the unique cities. It's only 8 miles wide, so you have pretty much kind of, are associated with a lot of other gangs and guys from other neighborhoods because of the park and recreation, which I was real active in growing up, playing Little League Baseball, the Pop Warner football, and basketball. Did you know somebody by the name of Marion Knight when you were growing up? Yes, sir, I did. Was there another name that Mr. Knight went by? Yes, sir, Suge Knight. Does this sound to you like this is like the Don Sikorsky interview? That this sounds like the Reggie that was talking to Phil Carson here? If the yes, sir, every question is yes, sir. How did you know Mr. Knight? We had initially met. He's a year older than me in school grades. And so I would have been a second grader and he was a third grader. Just acquaintance, just guys that grew up in the same neighborhood that was going to the same elementary school. Did you ultimately play ball with Mr. Knight? Yes, sir. So Suge Knight and I'm sure there was a few other kids from our neighborhood that went to another school district outside of the Compton Unified School District, which was Linwood Unified School District. And that's where we played high school football from the 11th grade and the 12th grade. I had went to a Catholic school my 9th and 10th grade year, a school in Los Angeles called Verbum Day High School. I thought I was going to be a basketball player. I was wider instead of taller. Well, amen to that. All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because everybody's falling asleep. At some point, did you join the Compton Police Department? Yes, sir. And tell us about that. So I started attending Cal State University of Long Beach State College, and this is in 1984. But I got hired as a jailer when I was going to school, a civilian employee job as a civilian jailer for the City of Compton Police Department. Once I finished school, then I was allowed to, I applied to become a police officer when I was at the age of 22. And in 1989, I went through the police academy, but I wasn't hired officially as a police officer until 1990. What kind of work did you do when you were a police officer in Compton? I was a patrol officer that worked the streets. During that time, we didn't. It was only a few officers in the gang unit. It was also, my father was a sergeant at that time, and he had two officers that worked under him during that time. Tim Brennan, who's no longer with us. That'd be nice. And I call him Bobby, but his name is Robert Ladd that worked under his unit. Oh, and by the way, he's the other guy that's testifying for you grand jury people, just so you know. And they were pretty much gang officers for the city because there can be only two. Now, at some point, while you're working in patrol, did you start moonlighting or working security in order to increase your money coming in? Boy, if that ain't leading the witness, I don't know what is. Why would you even tell it to increase money coming in? Yeah, after I made probation, to be honest, in 1990 when I started, I was one of the officers that worked a lot of overtime, and I did a lot of moonlighting because I was still young. And so I did a lot of working, but eventually started working for Death Row Records. Did you get the gist? He was doing a lot of working. To understand a little bit about the moonlighting generally before we get into Death Row, and by the way, again, like I've said many times, this is the attorney stepping in to try to make sure that the message is on point. To understand a little bit more about moonlighting, what do you need to understand about moonlighting? Before we get into Death Row, was it common for patrol officers or was it allowed for patrol officers to moonlight as security when they were off duty? And the answer to that was, yeah, duh. We had a procedure for a lot of us followed, but they didn't enforce it too much. But if you got caught doing something, then it got enforced. But we had to put in what we called a work permit, which meant you had to get permission from the police chief or maybe a commander, I forget at the time, to be honest, to be approved to work that particular job. But they allowed us to work pretty much anything we put in for. So before we get to the Death Row moonlighting, was that the other kind of moonlighting that you would do? Oh, okay. So before we get Death Row moonlighting, what was the other kind of moonlighting that you would do? Okay, I read that wrong. Okay, I worked nightclubs, comedy clubs. I didn't know he was a comedian. Really? We had a hotel in the city of Compton. Well, I should have known that. It was called the Ramada Inn. It's a casino now. And so I worked there on 1 or 2 nights a week, working in the comedy club or in the hotel, carrying bags in general. Trucking companies, I worked on a few production sets. And what were you supposed to do when you're moonlighting? What role were you doing? Mainly, I was there on the production sets. It was because movie sets, they like to film in Compton and do a lot of things to get actual on sets and video shoots and stuff like that. So it was mainly to protect the equipment because, you have all of that expensive equipment out there. They wanted you to watch that. And also to maybe keep the gang members away because they like to pressure the production companies to put them in the scene. They have a sense of entitlement where you're in our neighborhood, one of us going to be in there representing, in this set or this shoot. Now, were you familiar with the area gang members at the time, or were they familiar with you? Our police department was only about 130 to 160 unit, squad. My father, Reginald Wright Sr., was actually real popular in the city. And so I was Little Reggie. Is that like Little Debbie? And I was kind of wanted to be like him, like my father, and get into the gang. Initially, later. Not initially, I was a little different. But eventually, yes, that grew where I was kind of known as well with a lot of the gangs and gang members in the city. Oh, okay, that's good to know. So you were known, all the gang members knew who you were. Okay. Now, you had mentioned Death Row. Before we talk about what you did at Death Row, can you tell us what Death Row actually was? Death Row Records was a record label that had one or two R&B singers on it, but mainly were gangster rap music. And to your knowledge, who ran Death Row Records? Suge, well, Marion Hugh Knight, as it is his name, but we call him, or I refer to him really as Suge Knight. He was the CEO of the company. And what would you call him when you interacted with him? Daddy. No, I'm sorry. Suge. I misread that. Suge? Yeah. Okay. So we can just call him Suge. Okay. So did there ever come a point where the idea of you moonlighting for Suge came up? It eventually happened like in 1994. And how did that come about? Well, my father, Reggie Wright Sr., had got some intel that some of the guys that were working for him, because he was instrumental, may not have been a smart move, finding out later, but at that time of hiring guys that were just getting out of prison and giving them jobs. Somebody was hiring guys. I guess that maybe that Death Row was hiring guys. And by saying they, you mean Suge was hiring people just out of prison and giving them jobs? Yes, sir. That we had grew up with and from the city of Compton and other cities, yeah. I could say other places as well, Long Beach and the Los Angeles area, but he was real instrumental in doing that. And that was a big thing he wanted to do, or was proud, to be honest. So my father got some intel that a few of the guys that was working for him were planning on coming after him and extorting him, robbing him for money. He knew he and I had a relationship. He knew he and I had a relationship, and he told me, hell, I guess Suge and he had a really, hey, I need you to reach out and get a hold of Suge. To this day, I don't remember how I did it, but I know I eventually got to him and we met, the three of us. So when you say the three of us, who are you talking about? Myself, Reggie Sr., and Suge Knight. And what happened at this meeting? Pretty much him saying, man, some of the guys you have working for you are planning on maybe, robbing you and taking advantage of you for some money. And then he got this information. He laughed it off. Oh, man, they all happy, and they won't be nothing to me. I ain't worried about that. And that's why you all need to be over there working with me, looking out. Myself, I had just recently had a traffic accident. This is not why I'm like this currently. I had messed up my right ankle. So, and plus I was 26, 27 years of age. It was in the mid 90s. The atmosphere and everything was what I wasn't married. I wanted to be around it. I wanted to be around it, for lack of a better word. Now, there you go. That syncs up with that video where he said he wasn't a bodyguard. It's fair to say that it's at that time, gangster rap was taken off, particularly in Compton, fair to say. Yes, sir. With that brought a lot of money, girls, and all the things associated with fame. Correct. And, I sit on the 50-yard line of the Super Bowl, stuff that I had done, just from being a cop that I wasn't exposed to. So it's fair to say you were attracted to the lifestyle that your acquaintance Suge Knight had developed. Yes, sir. Loving that lifestyle.
Reggie is a very polite young man.
He is very polite. That's why I said we've got the Don Sikorsky version of Reggie on this one now, for sure. And also too, yeah. Well, you and I'll talk offline about something here that I just saw. And continuing. And so, did your father decide to work for Death Row Records? He right there told him, I can't do that, the position I'm in. To be honest, most of the guys that's working for you, I'm trying to investigate, investigating them on open cases right now. I'm trying to put them on jail. I wouldn't do that. So your father was a hard no when it came to, yeah, he was a hard no. It was like, however, he even told him that I wasn't even ready for it, to be honest. So, okay, so Reggie's dad knew that he was in no position to be a bodyguard for celebrities. And he recommended a lieutenant that had an ownership in a security company that he knew, that Suge knew, his, some family ties to that, and said you might want to talk to him, which he did. His name was Danny Sneed, and he was a lieutenant. And he eventually, was the boss as far as putting paperwork and contacting the security company, which was a private security company called Code 4 Security. And having them kind of stuff where I was like the street supervisor or wherever I would always be with them when they needed like special events or when they went places. It wasn't like an everyday bodyguard thing. It was just being there at a video shoot or when they got to the MTV Awards or something like that. So I think we skipped a step. So you ultimately decide that you would moonlight for Suge and Death Row. Yes, sir. Okay. And despite your father thinking it wasn't the greatest idea, you decided you wanted to be a part of it. Well, to be in charge of it, someone else was in charge. And then so at this point, you're moonlighting, and you were mentioning bodyguarding for Suge every now and again, going to events at that point. Yes, sir. Then at that some point, do you suffer another physical injury that causes you to resign from Compton PD? Okay, here we are leading the witness again. Yes, sir. And what was that? I had a traffic accident where I re-injured the right ankle that I had where I couldn't. My ankle would just swell up by standing on it for an hour or two. So I knew at that point I wasn't capable, when the city also knew I wasn't capable of being a patrol officer for the city of Compton, anymore. I guess that's because they didn't have desk jobs back in those days. So do you take a medical retirement from the Compton PD? Yes, sir. And, I got to make a comment about that. When you guys talk about it, we need to talk about the guy that got shot in the head, the police officer, Brian Watt, the Long Beach police officer that had a gunman on a motorcycle roll up to him on his motorcycle and shoot a police officer in the head, giving him brain damage. That guy got his brain damage operated on. He was back to work, working on the desk. That's what real cops do. Period. I then became really more involved with Death Row Records and security because, gosh, if I'm healthy enough to take a medical retirement from Compton PD, I'm healthy enough to work for Death Row Records. I became more involved with it and opened my own private security company. And I'm sorry, about what month and year did you resign? I resigned. Well, it just didn't become official till about 1996. However, January of 1996. However, I was off for about a year, going through that whole process of my company, and that probably started in April while I was more around. Okay. So there's like a bureaucratic process that takes place from when you kind of make that decision to where it becomes official at the Compton Police Department. Well, for the retirement, going through the workers' comp and all that took about a year. A funny thing about workers' comp, generally speaking, workers' comp doesn't, Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't workers' comp, you can't go working for somebody else if you're on workers' comp?
Yeah, it's my understanding that workman's comp only pays you for a little while because you're out of work and covers medical bills. But yeah, you can't go work another job and have workman's comp.
Yeah, interesting. But in April of 1995, you're working on setting up Right Way. That was the name of that, Right Way Protective Services. Right Way Protective Services. And this is another one where I'm sure the prosecutor turned to the jury and he said, Right Way Protective Services. Yeah. And that was your security company. Yes, sir. And who was the primary client for Right Way? Death Row Records. And what would you do for Death Row Records? I had a security guard at the office space that they had. I had two in a recording studio that they had. And whenever any of the artists went out on promotional events or stuff like that, I had either one or two security officers with them. Snoop Dogg, who was a popular or the biggest rap star on the label with Dr. Dre at the time, those two. Dre pretty much only used my security when he went publicly. However, Snoop had two guys with him at all times because he had just went through a situation of his own with a case. Okay, so let's break it down a little bit. So you had security at the office space. Where was the office space? And by the way, what the hell does this matter? The office space at that time, well, we went through three during this period, but on Wilshire and Westwood, the Murdoch Plaza was what it was called. And then we had an office, 9171, which was the Larry Flint building on Wilshire. And then later on, but that came after 96, a building at 8200 Wilshire. That was like the headquarters of the office space for the people that were really the professional people. I call them like the staff, the PR person, the art department, the accounting firm was pretty much outside, but we had a Later on, had an on-site bookkeeper and a receptionist, Suge Knight's assistant. So people who weren't necessarily talented on the yes, sir. So you had an office space where you had, the more 9-to-5 workers and the professionals, the staff, that type of thing. And then you had the studio where more record producers, artists would go to, create music for Death Row Records. Yes, sir. And that was in Tarzana, California, a studio called Can-Am. Can-Am, what's called. I want to stop right there and give you an idea about what's going on if you already haven't figured this out. Basically, with a jury, if they actually stuck to just the things that had to do with Keith Davis, they would only be up there for about 3 minutes each, and it would be the shortest grand jury presentations known to man. But they have to keep this grand jury completely baffled with bullshit because they've got to stretch it out. And it basically, I call it jury fatigue, that the attorneys go on and on and on and on. The juries either get distracted or they just want to move on or they fall asleep. It's all of this superfluous information that have absolutely nothing to do. Where Can-Am had nothing to do with Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Nothing. But that's okay. Let's ask the questions anyway. And you said there'd be security there. You also mentioned a couple best-known artists at this time. And we're talking about 95 right now. So I guess we're going on a tour down memory lane. Well, yes, sir. On Death Row Records, which was Snoop Dogg, and a proper name, Calvin Broadus. Yes, sir. And then you had Dr. Dre as well. Yes, sir. Andre Young. And that's also a huge artist at that time. Is that fair to say? Yes, sir. So what he's doing is he's building up the credibility of the witness. You weren't just a protective guy. You weren't just a security guy. You were the big guy with the big artists. And
it's crazy to me that these are labeled questions because it sounds like a lawyer narrative.
It is. And I'll tell you what to say. That's why I said we call it leading the witness. Basically, the lawyer says, you did this, right? Yes. Then you did this, right? Then you did this, right? That's exactly right. It's a narrative in the form of a bunch of questions. Serious. Okay. All right. And then, he was also the co-owner. Yes, sir. And then Suge would have regular security with him. I would be with him a lot of the time, probably at that point, about 60% of his life, of his day, but at that point, but not 100%. But I wouldn't call myself security because he was a lot bigger than me, a lot stronger than me, but I would be with him. But he also had somewhat of an entourage, which was like homeboys that would be with him, that maybe 2 or 3 or 4. So when he rode, he would generally be by himself in a car, but it would always be about 85 to 90% of his life, maybe 2 other people with him. Now, I know you talked about homeboys. I assume you're talking about people who were affiliated from the neighborhood. Yes, sir. The gentlemen that I spoke of that had just got out of prison that he may have given jobs to and stuff like that generally were those types. And what kind of did Suge himself associate with a particular neighborhood? Yes, sir. And what's that? Initially, the bigger one is called East Side Piru, so East Side. But the older gentlemen in the neighborhood where we grew up were Loiters Park, Piru, and then it broke off to the smaller sides. The 4 or 5 streets in our area that we grew up were called themselves Mob Pirus, P-I-R-U, just to make sure you spell it right. Did the mob stand for anything? Yes, sir. What does it stand for? Members of the Blood. So it's fair to say that Mob Piru was a blood-affiliated gang. Yes, sir. So I have to ask, you're a former police, your father is the head of the gang unit, and you're working security and hanging out with Mr. Knight. Yes. And then Mr. Knight also has around him active Mob Piru members and is also affiliated with Mob Piru himself. Yes. Well, how does that work? Good question. Oh, did I not? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Okay. Well, number one, because contrary to what people believe, especially back then, they had a little bit of respect for police. Now, the kids hate the police. But back then, they kind of, I'm sorry. They had a little respect for police. Jesse, wasn't that the year that Ice-T came out with Cop Killer?
94, right?
Yeah, 94. Yeah, back in the day, they had a lot of respect for police, didn't they? Now the kids hate the police. But back then, they kind of had a little respect. So it wasn't like we were bosom buddies or hanging out or anything, but I was also their childhood friend. Most of them I knew before because we know how much the gang members trust the police. Most of them know I knew really before I knew Suge. We all went to the same school, same junior high schools. Now, we didn't go to the same high school because they went to Compton Unified School District where I was at Linwood, but we all knew each other. I don't want to take a lot of credit for it, but I got to really say it was because of the relationship or maybe the fear that they have of my father, Reginald Sr., that they knew, if something happened or was disrespectful to Reginald Sr., something like that, then he could bring more law enforcement down on them, or a sterner hand down than maybe me being retired and not so high on the totem pole.
Okay. So that basically confirms when Reggie Wright was having issues, he'd get on the phone, call his dad.
Yeah, well, he's like the Hunter Biden, man, like the Hunter Biden of rap. Got a problem? Call dad to fix it. But I really do believe they had a respect for him because he was really the type of cop that was for community policing, in my opinion. And you know what? I think that's the only true thing he said. And for a lot of his chief and all of them would attest to that, he was different. He learned later in life in law enforcement, you got to be more community oriented, where in the early 90s, police was a little different, in my opinion. So part of this is that your dad and you grew up in the neighborhood, so you were known to all the folks in the neighborhood. Pretty much, yes. And then also the fact that your dad was a lieutenant of the gang unit in Compton may have had an effect on how people treated you as well. That's how I perceived it. Yeah, that's a fact. All right, so as part of being security for Suge and Death Row, or running the security for Death Row, did you become aware of a rivalry with Bad Boy Records? Yes, sir. Can you tell us about that rivalry? Yeah, well, you want me to go from the beginning of the war, where I believe it started? Yeah, so why not? We got all day with the grand jury. Why not get into it? Sure, why not? Let's go back to caveman days and talk about when fire was invented. From what you know how it started. Well, what I really believe, and it's kind of a little story. So initially, Suge Knight and the owner of Bad Boy Records, which is Sean Puffy Combs, they had a decent relationship, a working relationship, even though he was from New York and Death Row was in Los Angeles. But New York was kind of known where the big record labels were. So even though our record label was based in Beverly Hills, that kind of was over us, which was Interscope Records, but their parent company was in New York as well. So we went to New York about, I can say, from 95 when I came around. We probably was in New York at least 8 to 10 days of a month out that way. So they had a decent relationship. So Suge allowed them to use some sample songs from this album that he had called The Chronic. Okay. Now, here comes the turn. Now, I just need to break that down a bit. Like that wasn't enough. So you would go to New York as security with Death Row Records, and Suge quite a bit during this time. Yes. And it was mainly on business trips. And so that often it would be mainly just myself, Suge, usually a female companion, and maybe two of his homeboys, and that would vary. And you talked about Suge giving samples to Puff. Can you explain to us what that means? Yeah. Sample songs are generally songs that have been out already, that were pretty much successful, that artists like to put in there to make us think of for some reason, like it's like that had already been out and been successful, allow another rapper or artist to come up and use that song. Prosecutor. So is it like the beats? It would be the same beat or the same music or melody on the song, and then you would lend that beat or melody to another rapper, and they would rap their own rhymes over it? Okay, Jesse, what the hell does any of this have to do with Keith Davis?
I was wondering the same thing myself.
I mean, we're getting a world-class education on what music sampling is, but I mean, maybe the grand jury's going to go out and cut an album. I don't know. They certainly.
This sounds like a Vlad TV interview for fans.
It kind of is, isn't it? And the jury doesn't know who he is from Adam. Correct, sir. So what you're saying is that Suge had a good relationship with Mr. Combs, that he would even lend him or let him have the beats and music from a successful record so that Mr. Combs could use that for his artist. Yes, sir. Jesse, is there any proof or traction to that statement? Knuckleheads, is there any truth to that?
To what statement?
That Suge was giving beats and samples out to Sean Combs?
If it is true, I haven't heard any Bad Boy records that were sampling Death Row albums, unless I'm completely illiterate to Bad Boy's catalog.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, and I don't know where maybe one of the knuckleheads can chime in on that one. Hit back. All right. I've never heard it either, but that's okay. And it's fair to say that typically somebody charges for something like that. No, because in those days they were stealing them left and right from everybody. They hadn't passed the law about samples and that it was copyright infringement. So during those days it was like everybody was ripping everybody off. And all you need to do is listen to the Tommy D interviews, Dave Aaron interviews. Jesse, you could probably name a couple other interviews where they weren't paying for anything. Okay.
Yeah, Lance Pierre talked about it, but yeah, that's really interesting that they're so. When Reggie's on the stand, he's very forthcoming with that people were stealing songs and different beats and samples from people.
Yeah. So to you, was that indicative of the relationship between Suge and Puff? Now the prosecutors calling Sean Combs Puff. Suge and Puff. Sounds like a cereal. So they had a great working relationship, in my opinion, at that time. So did that change at all? And so now Suge, there's this rapper by the name of Tupac Shakur. Yeah, Tupac. Well, yeah, I guess the name is Tupac Shakur and he's in prison. I guess the name is Tupac Shakur? Okay. Where is he in prison? In New York. And he needed some financial help. Initially, that's all Suge. His wife at the time reached out to Suge and asked Suge for some assistance. Whose wife reached out to Suge? Tupac's wife. Now, are we talking about Keisha? Keisha Morrison? I guess that's his only wife. I'll have to go back to that interview with Keisha Morris and see if she confirms that or not. Whose wife reached out?
I believe that's the only person he was married to.
Yeah, whose wife reached out to Suge? Tupac's. So Tupac's wife reached out to Suge Knight for financial assistance? Yeah, to say, hey, I'm kind of having it rough in here. Some of my people out here needed some help, and can you help me out? Because they had dealings in the past. And Suge was like, okay. So Suge, myself, David Kenner, we went to the prison. And who's David Kenner? Oh, I didn't. Really? So Reggie's placing himself at the prison, at Tupac's prison with Suge and David Kenner. That's interesting. And who's David Kenner? He was he was really an attorney, the company's attorney, but he kind of had a lot of business manager for Death Row. No, he was half owner in Death Row Records. But thanks for being honest about that. Like that characterization. So he had a law degree, but he was acting as a business manager for Death Row. For Suge Knight, yeah, they were kind of like they had a close relationship. I'm sorry, did I miss something, Jesse? Did David Kenner not own half of Death Row Records?
Well, he owned half of their office building.
Right. Well, he started Death Row Records with David Kenner, did he not?
Yes, either with him or through him.
Yeah. All right. So you three are going out to New York. What was the purpose of going out to New York? Initially, he was just going out there to check on him and talk to him. Talk to who? To Mr. Shakur. Okay. So during that conversation, it came up to like, hey, he's doing bad. His record label, who was also our distributor, Interscope, pretty much was done with him and felt like they had gave him too much money, advanced him too much money, and he was in the hole. And he had the #1 album on the charts at the time, but they was like, hey, because all your legal bills and stuff like that, we're not giving you any more money. That's why they put up $800,000 for his bail. And that's what Mr. Shakur was relaying to you, Mr. Knight. I wasn't there. Okay, now we go again. Personal first-hand knowledge. If you're not there, it's not going to. No. Mr. Knight, but what I know from hearing Mr. Kenner and Mr. Knight talk about when they came back to the car while I was in the car. So all of this stuff about, wait a minute. So here, during that conversation, okay, so this entire thing here, but you know what? Hold on a second. Why am I not? Hold on. I may have to do my little text OCR thing. Hang on a second here. Because I can usually use my highlighter, but it ain't working like it's supposed to.
I'm going to ask an obvious question here.
Yeah, go ahead while it's doing that.
What does this have to do with Keefe Davis?
Right. Well, because they're portraying, again, this was the whole idea of trying to get them out. The prosecutor's doing two things here. He is just as much trying to dismiss the death row narrative and that death row had anything to do with Tupac's killing. He's got to get that past the jury because that's reasonable doubt. And in fact, he goes on later and you'll see he goes on later to say, you understand that there are people that think you killed Tupac. And he says, do you want to state for the record that you didn't? And he says, no, I didn't. Okay. So, yeah. So it's more about, and that's also too with the gangbanger thing where they asked, is Tupac alive? Or, or did you ever talk to Tupac after he died? And they asked that question to the witness, Malcolm Greenidge. They said, after he passed away, did you ever talk to him again? And they're doing that because of the Tupac alive people. So they're trying to kill two birds with one stone, not very well. But the idea is that they're trying to shoot down other narratives while they're pushing the Keefe Davis narrative. That's the reality.
Why does this whole thing read and sound like an Instagram interview? It's the weirdest, most surrealist thing in the world to me.
Yeah.
The way that this is read. Like it's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Now I got to get back to. Hold on. I got to get back to where we were. It is. Yeah. It's kind of a little crazy, to be honest with you.
Like to me, this is a grand jury. This is grand jury. They're convening. This is not open court. And what?
Okay.
You're not trying to disprove things to a grand jury. You're trying to prove the case that you're presenting. It's just it's strange.
Okay, so check this out. So I'm looking at and right there you can see the 85901. Okay, so I can't highlight that, but figure 9 o'clock straight up. Okay, let's just say 9 o'clock. Let me go down to where we left off. So so he's a half hour into this before we even start talking about Tupac at all. But that jury's been sitting there for a half hour listening to this. So, and this is what Mr. Shakur is relaying. Okay, we're not giving you anything. And this is what Mr. Shakur is relaying to you and Mr. Knight. I wasn't there. No personal first-hand knowledge. So what I was saying there is this entire thing right here, during that conversation that came up, blah, 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 didn't know anything about it. Didn't know anything about it. He may have heard something about Interscope Records, but he wasn't there. He wasn't at Interscope Records. He didn't have those conversations. Zero personal first-hand knowledge at all. But what I know from hearing Mr. Kenner and Mr. Knight talk about it, okay, yeah, that's what you hear. So don't we call that hearsay? Hearsay.
It seems to be that this is filled with hearsay.
Well, and Mr. Palal is going to say, and so I'm just going to instruct the jury that this is for effect on listeners and to explain the subsequent actions of both Mr. Wright Jr. and Mr. Knight. This is not for the truth of the matter asserted. Well, what the hell does that even mean? That we're just talking about this stuff for our health? It's got nothing to do with the case? Does anybody have an issue with it? I think he's so completely fucking confused the jury at this point that nobody raised their hand because they don't know what the hell he's talking about. All right, so he goes back to questioning. All right, so you became aware that Mr. Shakur was having financial problems and needed financial assistance while he was in prison in New York. Yes, sir. And did Mr. Knight decide, did you observe Mr. Knight make a decision to do anything to assist Mr. Shakur? He came back in the car and he said, hey, and I heard him get on the phone with Jimmy Iovine, who was the president of the CEO of Interscope Records, and they had conversations about how can I get him, get him some money, and can I assume responsibility for his contract, because he was still under contract with Interscope. They eventually made a deal where they assigned his right to Suge Knight, and Suge Knight bought his mother a house while he was in prison. Well, we know that's a lie. Bought a house while he was in prison and giving him financial support. This is between May and June of 1995. What house would that be, Jesse? Tupac bought his own house in Atlanta. May and June of 95. They're not talking about the Calabasas house, are they?
The only house I know about is the one that he bought after he already got to death row.
Yeah. Well, May, June of 95. So during this time, they trying to figure out, David Kenner assured Mr. Knight that he could possibly get Mr. Shakur out on appeal bond. Okay. All of this right here, and I'm just going to say it, is pure, unadulterated horse shit. Okay. As Adrian Gregory and many, many other people, and Benjamin Ogletree have all said, guys, and you need to hear this, Suge Knight had nothing to do with his appeal bond. That's the problem with hearsay. Okay? He's saying that these other people said that. The truth of the matter was the appeal bond had already been filed months earlier, before they were ever even allegedly having this conversation. And so eventually he worked out a deal where they got $1.5 million to get him out on an appeal bond. Bullshit. All the way around, that's an out and out lie. So before we get to the music award show, was it your understanding, having been around, and you know that to be true, so is your understanding that Mr. Knight, all this time and dealing with him 60% of his life, essentially during this time, yes, that Mr. Knight obtained and put up to $1.5 million as an appeal bond to release Tupac Shakur from custodial status in a New York prison? Oh my God.
What about Madonna's money?
Hang on. Hold on. Hang on a second. Hang on, guys. I want you all to hear something from somebody that actually knows what they're talking about.
Uh-oh. T.O. Garrett, that money wasn't from Suge Knight.
All right, so let me see if I can find this. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Once Tupac was convicted in New York, we immediately set out on having an appeal. Tupac was...
All right. So for all of you who might be a little kind of death row illiterate or Tupac history illiterate, I'm going to introduce you to a fella by the name of Adrian Gregory. Adrian Gregory was not only the guy who helped get Tupac started back in the digital underground days, but managed Tupac's career all the way up until the time that he actually went to prison. So I'm going to play you a clip from Adrian Gregory that should set this matter straight. Oops.
Once Tupac was convicted in New York, we immediately set out on having an appeal done. There were lawyers that were hired for his appeal. There was a bail put in place, so in case his appeal was granted, that he'd already would have money in place. And that was part of the overall process. During the time period where the appeal was being worked on and being written and completed, The judges went on vacation, and once they came off vacation, then they started looking at all the different appellate rulings that they had to go through. One of them was to
I don't know why it just suddenly went black on me like that. That's pretty crazy.
Appeal being worked on and being written and
Well,
completed. The judges went on vacation, and once
just
they
listen to it.
Came off vacation, then they started looking at all the different appellate rulings that they had to go through. One of them was Tupac's appeal. Once his appeal was granted, then he was able to be released on bail. But that bail was set up long before he was granted the opportunity to be released pending the appeal. Suge never put Tupac's bail up because Suge was not in Tupac's life or business prior to him being released from prison.
And there you go. Okay. I mean, it's just foolishness, pure foolishness that anybody at this stage in the ball game would still be spouting this level of horse shit. And of course, you know, the great investigators that the Vegas PD and the Vegas District Attorney's Office are, they're great investigators. They got right down to the heart of the matter, right? So they're just, again, confirming that Mr. Knight put up $1.5 million. Okay. And of course, but then it says, oh, there was a combination of other entities that also put up the money. Oh, okay. Good to know. So during this time, while Mr. Shakur is still in prison, did a public incident occur that demonstrated some kind of rivalry between Mr. Knight and Mr. Combs of Bad Boy Records? Yes, sir. So what happened? Mr. Shakur is still not out of prison, but things are beginning to work. You know how the justice system works, being assured that the wheels are turning. That's probably like the appeal bond that was filed months at a time, or Atlantic guaranteeing Tupac's bail. But there was a big urban hip hop music award show called the Source Awards. It was a big popular magazine at the time. They had an award show in New York, and Mr. Knight came out there. Are they trying to indict Keefe D or Puffy here?
That's a real good question, because I was thinking the same thing.
They had an award show in New York, and Mr. Knight came out of there, and he had his artist performing. And he put up a cardboard picture of Mr. Shakur in one of the jail cells because he had all of the, we consider it like death row, all his artists on death row, which means an inmate. And so he had them all in a cell, and that was announcing to everybody that Mr. Shakur is now with death row. People not really catching it. And again, you know a lot more than, you know, most people do. Really? That's kind of a broad statement. So to explain it, is there a performance at this award show? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, here we go again. Leading the witness. Oh, you forgot to tell the jury an important thing that I need them to know. So why don't you go back and remember what I told you to say? I'm sorry. Yes. So they were performing, and that's why they had him on the stage, because one of them came out of the cell when they performed their part of the song. So as part of the set, there's a display with what looks like a jail and a bunch of jail cells. Yes. Then one of the displays, Mr. Shakur is being painted, or it was like a cardboard cutout of him in the jail cells. Yes. So people probably saw it, didn't know, but I know it, you know, because I'm involved. Yeah. What that was supposedly meant. Mr. Knight gets up on the stage. He wins an award for Best Executive of the Year, Best Album of the Year, something like that. And he gets up there and publicly makes a statement disrespecting Puffy Combs. That's that comment, if you don't want your producer all up in the video. So are you aware whether or not this award show is televised or is not televised? It was. So Mr. Knight is on the stage at this award show that's being televised. And it's fair to say that he's taking verbal shots at Mr. Combs. Yes. And that was the beginning then of the rivalry. Answer. So that night we go to an after party. Mr. Combs approached Mr. Knight at this club called The Tunnel in New York. Were you there? Yes, I was there, standing right there. And he approached him like, hey, what's going on? Why are you dissing me in front of everybody like that? And they had heated, you know, words or an exchange of words, and they walked away. Everybody went, you know, their own separate ways. So this is August. And the reason why I know the date is because, you know, my memory and stuff, because it's around my birthday, which is August the 5th. So it was like either the 3rd or the 6th of August when this took place. So then Mr. Knight goes on to Atlanta. I wasn't with him. Thank God. I missed the plane. But, okay, so since you weren't there, okay, you weren't a personal firsthand knowledge, let me ask it this way. After Mr. Knight returned, did you see Mr. Knight after he returned from Atlanta? Oh, from Atlanta, or you mean from New York? From Atlanta after this incident. You're talking about, did you see him after that? Yes, sir. Did you come to learn that one of Mr. Knight's close associates was killed in Atlanta? Yes, sir. And did you come to learn from Mr. Knight, who he blamed for this close associate getting kicked? This is Jake Robles or High Robles, right?
Yes, it is. And it seems like, I hate to bring it up, but it's like they're going, this is the murder rap narrative.
Well, of course it is. Of course it is. This is the way this is the way the last three have been. Okay. So did Mr. Knight blame his associate for getting killed? A friend that was close associate, Mr. Puffy Combs. So Mr. Knight communicated to you that he believed Mr. Combs was responsible, if not directly, indirectly, for the murder of his good friend in Atlanta. Yes, sir. And Mr. Knight was in Atlanta when this occurred. Yes, sir. So is it fair to say, based on your observations, because you weren't there, that this only escalated the rivalry between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records? Objection calls for speculation. As a security, would you have to, go to events where Bad Boy may have also do security for Death Row, where Bad Boy would also be there after the Atlanta incident? Okay, that would have been my responsibility. Yes. Generally, like I said, it was early morning flight. I missed the flight. So I generally was supposed to have been there. People always tell me it was God looking out for me by keeping me there. But there's a little bit more I wanted to explain to the mindset of why the rivalry started. Is it from your personal knowledge? Good question, since you've been ignoring it this whole time. Just what I know from the industry, but I don't know. Okay, so what I know, but what I don't know. Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Shakur about whether or not he had any bad feelings towards Bad Boy Records after his release from prison, not while he was in prison? Okay. So when was Mr. Shakur released from prison? October the 12th of 1995. And at that point, did Mr. Shakur become a recording artist for Death Row Records? Yes, sir. And was he somebody now whose security you're responsible for? I was responsible, had security with him every day while he was out in public. I think we call that a bodyguard, don't we? And was it you?
Where was he the night of September 7th then?
Yeah. And what was it you specifically, or someone you employed that I hired? I had about 4 to 5 different security guards on him daily, different ones daily from that time. Actually, okay, wait a minute. So this is talking about Tupac? All right. Okay. At what point did Mr. Shakur become a recording artist for Death Row Records? Maybe I skipped that. Yes, sir. And he was somebody whose security you were responsible for. I was responsible. Huh. Every day when he was out in public. And then he goes on to say here, I had about 4 to 5 different security guards on him daily. Really? Different ones daily from that time. When have you ever heard of anybody but Kevin Hackey or Frank Alexander and maybe Michael Moore being on Tupac? Maybe Al Giddens, maybe Leslie Golden, but certainly no 4 or 5 security guards at one time, because where did the wheels fall off in Vegas? It wouldn't have been such a big deal in Vegas for him to just have Frank when Kevin Hackey didn't show up if he had 4 to 5 people on him. If you had 4 to 5 people on him and one guy doesn't show up, you got 3 to 4 people on him. Right? That would have been considered good bodyguarding. So I'm just trying to understand where the wheels fell off. Okay, so now with this escalating situation with Bad Boy Records, did you become aware of whether or not Bad Boy Records had used any Compton gangs for security when they were in LA and Southern California region? Yes, sir. And based on your observation, what gangs did Bad Boy employ as their security? Gentlemen's from the Southside Crips. Okay. And were you familiar with the Southside Crips from growing up in Compton? Knew of the area, but not from growing up other than playing baseball with them, knowing they were from the area, but not until I became a police officer or started working in the jail that I learned the differences, to be honest. So you became more familiar with Southside after you were an adult working jails. That would be correct. And so how did you become aware that Bad Boy Records was using Southside Crips as their security in Southern California? Streets talking. Oh, here we go again. but mainly saw them at a few events with them in large numbers. Okay. And you had to go back now to when Mr. Shakur was released. Would he talk to you about the animus he had towards Puff Daddy or Sean Combs? Well, I don't think he did. Jesse, did he have any animus when he got out of prison? I don't think that came till later.
Well, he was upset over the quad incident.
Well, that's true. Yes, he was, but that wasn't Puffy.
No. His insults were directed at Biggie.
Directly at Biggie, yeah.
Puffy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This was much later.
Right. Okay. So I got to finish the question. Would he talk to you about the animus he had towards Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, and his primary recording artist, Christopher Wallace? Yes. Do you remember what Christopher Wallace's rap name was? Biggie Smalls. So without getting into the details, because, heaven knows we don't want to get into the details with a grand jury now, right? Is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had really strong feelings about Mr. Combs and Mr. Wallace? Yes, sir. And was that ever reflected on any of Mr. Shakur's music? Music and even portrayed in his music videos that he did during that time period. Are you familiar with the song called Hit 'Em Up? Yes, sir. And is it fair to say that in that song and in that music video, Mr. Shakur goes out of his way to insult Mr. Combs and Mr. Wallace in the most graphic and explicit ways possible? It's still one of the top 3 most diss songs talked about in hip-hop community as far as rap label and disrespect to another label and their family members. I mean, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur talks about having sex with Mr. Wallace's wife? Yes, sir. And talking about killing members of the Bad Boy record label? Yes, sir. And as a crew. The record label, the staff, and the significantly anybody who is a part of that crew, as you mentioned? Yes, sir. And would you include as part of that crew, meaning anybody associated with Bad Boy Records? Yes, sir. Because I'm sure Tupac wanted to kill the A&R guy. Now, as part of the hip-hop culture, as you're aware, you had mentioned that it's still talked about as one of the diss records. Is dissing or disrespecting other artists part of the hip-hop culture, if you're aware? It doesn't happen as often as you would think, but it does happen, yes, sir. And we had Malcolm Greenidge testify in this case as well. Were you aware of Malcolm Greenidge being associated with Tupac Shakur? Yes, sir. Was he a part of the particular hit song, Hit 'Em Up? Yes, sir. Was he also, to your knowledge, was he a close associate? I believe so. Yes, sir. I know, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I want to get to another award show, Soul Train Awards. So were you at that show? Yes, sir. Where was it? It was the Shrine Auditorium in LA, California. And to your knowledge, was the Bad Boy record label also expected to be at the Soul Train Awards? Yes, sir. Can you tell us about what you experienced leading up to and at the Soul Train Awards? Well, there was some back and forth regarding, who was going to open up the award show, where Mr. Cornelius, that would be Don Cornelius, elected to go with Biggie Smalls to open up the show. So Mr. Knight pulled Mr. Shakur from performing at that particular show. However, he convinced Mr. Knight to have Mr. Shakur come, and that he would be very happy, were his exact words that I heard him tell him. And so there was a decision made to actually attend the Soul Train Awards. Yes, sir. And this is in March of 96. Yes, sir. And so how many people arrive or go to the Soul Train Awards for Death Row? On that particular night or day, we brought 50 to 60 associates. And by 50 or 60 associates, I assume some of them are working for you and Right Way Protective Services. Is that right? Actually, that particular night, we only had 2 of my guys there. Woo-hoo! Nice job. So then who makes up the 50 to 60? A few artists, maybe 8 to 10 of them, and others were gang members from the Compton area, not just the mob Piru, but Piru areas in the city of Compton. All blood sets. Pirus is what we call them in Compton. Okay, Piru sets. Yes, sir, which is the same as Bloods. Is it communicated to you how you are going to enter the award show, whether it's the front or back, or how does that work? Okay, so this question here, I'm calling a foul on. I have to throw the flag on this question, because why would the prosecutor even know it's a thing about the front or back entrance? Why is that even a detail that he would know? Again, like you said, Jesse, this is like a narrative being read to them. Okay. By the way, you got to mention.
It reminds me of a Lifetime movie.
So our intent was generally all to go in through the back gate, a private entryway, the back where they have motorhomes and where the artists come out, and like their little dressings rooms and stuff like that, and very limited parking space. But I got a heads up, and I played a little double agent that day that they were planning on being disruptive. Yeah, that's the only time he's ever been a little double agent, really? So being disruptive that day at the award show. All right. And by they, you mean members of the Pyrus who were showing up or planning on showing up at the Soul Train Awards. Yes. With us, with the Death Row record label. Yes, sir. Good Lord. Head of security at the shrine. I tipped him off to what was about to happen and only allow a limited amount of people, in which they did. So who was, and by the way, we're at 44 minutes and we're not even talking about the main event. Okay. 44 minutes, and I've rambled on for an hour and a half without talking about the main event. Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and he had talked about 3 or 4 members of the Outlaws, Malcolm Greenwich, and the other 2 members. They were in a Hummer with Mr. Knight. Myself and Frank Alexander, which was Mr. Shakur's primary security, was trailing behind. You notice how he always says security. He never says bodyguard. You ever notice that? There's a particularly selective word. And my guess is that the prosecutors have actually instructed them to use that word and not use the word bodyguard. Was trailing behind when I was riding the passenger seat of Mr. Alexander's vehicle. I'm going to fast forward in this event, thank God, a little bit. At some point, there was a confrontation between Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records during the backstage of the show. Okay. Yes, sir. So what happened was, Mr. Like I said, they elected to have Biggie Smalls and Mr. Wallace to perform. We're still talking about the Shrine Auditorium thing. This is killing me. I'm skipping down here. So what I guess it was a bad timing. And then there was an argument that followed with a little gunplay or a pointing. So who was the argument between? Mr. Shakur was the most vocal, Mr. Wallace and his entourage. So you speak about Mr. Wallace's entourage there. Were there any members, you had mentioned earlier, Southside Crips have been doing security for Bad Boy. Were there any members of the Southside Crips with Mr. Wallace during this incident? And there's your link. If you were wondering how they were going to try to link Bad Boy Records up with Southside Crips, there's the final. They had already, Jesse, in the few interviews that we had already read, witness interviews that we'd already read, there was all of this loose talk about Southside Crips doing security for Bad Boy Records, and they had to establish that foundation with the jury so that now Reggie can come in and say, oh, I saw 10 or 15 gentlemen, and 8 or 9, they were known to be Crips. Okay.
Well, let me cut in just for a second because I do have to go, but this is very entertaining. Let me interrupt your reading for a minute. Do you think they're going to use Keefe Davis as a springboard to go after Sean Combs? You think they're going to go after him?
Yeah, I do. Hang on a second. Yeah, Jesse, give me a minute. My dog's going crazy here. Hang on a second. Oh, did you already do that?
You know, look, I'm going into this as a skeptic to anybody out there listening. I went into it as a skeptic. I think everybody knows my politics when it comes to this, but I cannot believe the level of made-for-TV drama. This thing reads like a romance novel, and it smacks of not being professional and not being serious.
Right.
But I was filling the time there.
No, it's good. Good riff. No, good riff. Thank you for that. Good riff. I should have put on some music for you, for sure.
No, just before I jump, would you speak for a second? Do you think that they're springboarding this into going after Sean Combs?
No, they can't, because they've already charged Keith Davis with murder 1. They should have charged him with being an accessory or for conspiracy so that they could have pinned a murder on Sean Combs. But they didn't do that. They chose they put the lipstick on their pig when they picked Keith Davis.
They're picking and choosing what truth about this narrative is convenient for them.
Right. Well, because they have to give Keith Davis some motivation to it, because remember something. They have to be this. It's a weird thing, guys, and you all need to understand this. And I'm talking to Jesse, but I'm talking to everybody too. What you have to understand is they have to basically tailor what all of their witnesses to say so that it matches the bullshit that Keith Davis has been saying in all these different interviews that he's done. Okay. His interviews have been all over the place, and he's been really inconsistent. Generally speaking, it's kind of a theme, I was around, but he's done so many different interviews and he's got so many things there. They have to pick a narrative and get the witnesses to say something that's congruent with what Keefe Davis himself has said. So the whole thing about Puffy comes down to things that Keefe Davis has said, that Puffy was behind it, that Puffy was behind it, that Puffy owed me $1 million or $3 million and I wanted $1 million, but I didn't bother to get on a flight and go to New York to get it. You know, that kind of thing. And Gene Deals, I saw a check for $1 million. Okay. That's why you keep hearing Puffy's name, because they have to be congruent with Keefe Davis's narrative. That's why. But no, they're not going after Puffy. Not at this point. They're not. They can't. They're barred by double jeopardy. They can't. So they pick their pony. So he says, "Yep."
Well, I'm going to continue to listen.
Right.
I appreciate you having me on.
I'll talk. Call back when you can. Yeah, call back when you can for sure. Okay.
Will do. Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy. Take care. All right. I got to get through this shit. Oh my God. I'm exhausted already. Okay. And what particular individual did you notice? Dun, dun, dun. Keefe Davis. And what does Mr. Davis go by nickname that you're aware of? Yes, sir. What nickname is that? Keefe D. And is it fair to say that you knew Mr. Davis to be a member of the Southside Crips during this time? Yes, sir. I mainly knew him as a gang member, but I mainly knew him because he's a major drug dealer. Okay. So he was somebody that it was common knowledge within your city that Mr. Davis wasn't necessarily a shooter as much as somebody who dealt in narcotics. Correct. Well, that doesn't do well for the narrative, but okay. And ladies and gentlemen, just for your education, this information is being offered not to talk about propensity or Mr. Davis's character, but to meet the elements of the crime associated with the gang enhancement. Okay. This is why they're talking about his knowledge of him being as a gang. I'm seeing no hands because the jury's completely stumped at this point. All right. So now I'm showing you grand jury exhibit. It's on the monitor. Do you recognize the person depicted in it? Who is that? It's Keefe Davis. You knew him as Keefe D. Keefe D, yes. All right. You'd mentioned that there was a gunplay during this incident. It's fair to say that you did not see Mr. Davis with a firearm during that event. No, I didn't. No firearm for Keefe D. And nobody actually shot a firearm with this event. No, just was gentlemen brandished a weapon, and gentlemen with the associated with the Bad Boy record label or with the Death Row record label. Definitely Bad Boy record label, because why would anybody from Death Row Records ever pick up a gun? Right? Of course not. It never happened. Be nice. Ugh. All right. He was standing next to in the area with Mr. Davis and in the area of Mr. Wallace. Okay. So can you tell us how that happened? How exactly that happened? Well, so as we were, like I said, getting out of the vehicles, exiting the vehicles to go there, coming out, immediately Mr. Shakur noticed them and he started yelling at them. At that time, I'm next to Mr. Shakur. The gentleman brought the gun out of his waist, but he never raised the gun, but I did. So one of the people associated with Bad Boy Records brandished a firearm, but did not point it at anybody. Correct. And then what did you do as a result? Because you're security, right? Of course, here's the important thing. Actually, Han did shoot Guido first, and Reggie did pull before the other guy did. You say, what did you do as a result? I jumped out of the car, and I was pretty much on top of it, in my words. And I pointed my gun towards the gentleman with the gun and begged him not to point that gun and raise the gun. And did the situation ultimately resolve without shots being fired? Yes, sir, because I'm really that good. They took off and ran. It is, never mind, I'll strike that. All right, now I'm going to fast forward to Vegas. Okay. Was it common for Death Row Records to come out to Vegas for Mike Tyson fights? Yes, sir. Would you come out typically with Death Row Records for the Tyson fights? All right, now we're getting someplace. Yes, sir. About how many fights would you say you went out to prior to this incident? 3. Now, were you aware leading up to this time, we're talking about September 7th, 1996, okay. Leading up to this time between, we have the Soul Train Awards in 96, and now we have the Tyson fight, September of 1996, yes. Is it fair to say that the hostilities between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records were still going on and maybe even increasing? It was major because of that song. The Hit 'Em Up had been released later, not on the initial album that was released in February. It had hit the streets in about April or May. It was making a lot of noise. That is it fair to say that during that time, as far as you know, the Southside Crips were doing work for Bad Boy Records? I got so much to say about this. Yes, sir. And it's fair to say that during this time, Death Row was still affiliating itself with Mob Piru. Yes, sir. Now, initially, when you go out to Vegas, what are you there responsible for the Tyson Selden fight? Okay, well, you're the security guy. Isn't that what you're supposed to be responsible for? You know me. I like patting myself on the back and say everything other than getting the rooms and everything. I say everything other than getting the rooms and everything ready. But I was pretty much Suge's point man or go-to guy, you know, in the streets. Like I said, not at the office. But his office, his assistants in there would pretty much communicate everything to me because it was hard to get a hold of Mr. Knight. But my main responsibility that night, my biggest concern on my plate was getting the club ready for Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and the entourage and everybody to come in and get there successfully. My biggest concern, are you listening, people? His words under oath. My biggest concern on my plate was not the safety of Tupac Shakur. It was not the security of Tupac Shakur. It wasn't the safety of Frank Alexander or Michael Moore or anybody else. His biggest concern on his plate was getting Club 662 ready, and they didn't give a shit about Tupac's security. We had an issue with trying to get our permits and licensing and all of that, and we was trying to be on point to have a good showing for those people involved, even though the FBI already admitted they were never going to give them a license. So it's fair to say largely that you were responsible for logistics and security. So again, here comes the prosecutor to help. Yes, sir. Now, of the people who were coming out to Vegas for the fight, and by the way, your biggest concern, even though you just admitted that things were worse, way worse, during that time period with Bad Boy Records and Southside Crips. So it was worse. But your main concern wasn't anybody's safety or anything tactical. My concern was the nightclub. Now, of the people who were coming out to Vegas for the night, it would be Suge. Is that fair to say? Yes, of course. Mr. Shakur? Yes, sir. We talked a little bit about the rap group, The Outlaws. Was your expectation they'd be out there that weekend? Yep. A couple of them, because a couple of them was too young, and so I think only two of them came that was in the group. Okay. And then, you know, did Suge have some of his, as you call them, homeboys come out as well? Yes, sir. Among those homeboys, are you familiar with somebody by the moniker Neckbone? Yes, sir. Who's that? Roger Williams. And did you know him to be a Mob Piru? Didn't Roger Williams do King of the Road? I think so. That's the song King of the Road. And did you know him to be a Mob Piru member? Yes, sir. And then Buntry. Are you familiar with somebody who went by Buntry? Yes, sir. Who's that? Alton McDonald. Was he also a Mob Piru member? Yes, sir. And was he also out here in 96? Yes, sir. September of 96. And then did you know somebody by the name of Mob James? Yes, sir. What was his true name? James McDonald. And was he also out here for that weekend in 96? Yes, sir. Was he also affiliated with Mob Piru? Yes, sir. Did you know somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane? Yes, sir. What was his nickname, if you know? Trey or Youngster? We called him Youngster. Probably in the streets, they just referred to him as Trey. Now, was he somebody that, he's somebody that also came out here for the fight. Now, mind you, the jury already knows Trayvon Lane. They've had 5 witnesses, or 3 witnesses at least, that have gone into great detail about Trayvon Lane and the Lakewood Mall and the chain snatching. So they already know who Trayvon Lane is. And so the jury's like, oh, yeah, I know that guy. So he's also came out here for the fight. Yes, sir. Was he somebody affiliated with Mob Piru? Yes, sir. I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Lane. You've heard of an incident that allegedly occurred at the Lakewood Mall prior to the fight in September of 1996. Is that right? Yes, sir. Were you there? Where? At the fight? No, at the Lakewood Mall. Sorry. No. But you become aware of this idea. Okay. Notice the wording of that by the prosecutor. They don't do this by mistake, kids. They don't do it by mistake? Did you become aware of this idea that Trayvon's chain had been taken from him? Okay. That's because they already had a witness say that it definitely was taken away from him. Then that was the first, like, Southside Crip person that we talked to. So you've already gotten, he's got to make sure he gets this right with the grand jury, because he's got to soften it, because you already have two witnesses conflicting with each other on this. And Bobby Ladd didn't help, because he's like, I don't know if it was or wasn't. Mr. Lane's chain had been taken, attempt to be taken from him. So this is another didn't get taken. Okay, and can you tell us a little bit about, were you familiar with death row chains? Yes, sir. Can you tell us a little bit more about death row chains? Well, bring her down, Vanna. The death row chains were gifted to all of us as a Christmas gift. We were considered real close to Mr. Knight. We got them in December of '95 Christmas, and there were different variants of them. That one is mine. Okay, so for the record, I've got to clean up the record. Well, yeah, you know you do, because this is, yes. I've got to clean up. Yeah, you do. Can you tell us what we're looking at? Grand jury exhibit number 41, a death row chain, one variant of a death row chain that was gifted by Mr. Knight as a Christmas gift to certain artists and certain people that he would consider his staff. And you said, I think you said specifically that grand jury exhibit number 41 is your personal chain, or your chain. Is that right? Your medallion. I could have sworn I gave that picture because I recognized the background. Wait a minute. So that's not the picture of this, of the allegedly stolen one, or the one that Trayvon Lane had. That's his. Okay. I remember background because we had different variants of the diamonds, and I think Mr. Ladd must have provided that to you. If not, then somehow you all got it. Fair to say you recognize that as being your death row medallion? Yes, sir. Okay. So did Mr. Knight give those death row chains to just anybody, or did you have to be somebody close and meaningful to him? Yes. Like, there were different variants, and I would explain. Some of them were death row records part, and then the death row doesn't have diamonds. Some of them are all diamond, even on the bezel, like this main artist, like Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg's. Mr. Knight had a pretty bigger one. His was bigger, and his was all diamond out as well. The ones that Mr. Lane and them had, it was just the diamonds wasn't on the death row and the records. It was just the man. It's supposed to be an electric chair, a guy sitting in an electric chair, because, you know, we on death row. And that's how Mr. Lane and the guys that I would call homeboys, their chains were done. And it was only about 6 or 8 of them that had it. Maybe 4 artists, 4 or 5 artists, maybe a little bit more, 6 artists. Is it fair to say that death row, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, even yourself, took a lot of pride in having these chains? Well, sure. Yes, sir. Is it also fair to say that somebody was trying to take a chain? Now, see, the narrative has suddenly changed now from taking a chain to trying to take a chain. That's important, kids. If an ultimate sign of disagreement, yes, very much so. And we would even catch a lot of flack for not coming back with our chain. So what would happen if somebody had their chain taken from them? To us or the person that did it? Well, both. First to you. What would have happened to you? If you came back and said you didn't have your death row chain, would you lose status or face within the group? Hazing. Hazing, okay. A lot of hazing. I think that would happen to the ones that eventually later, because he started giving them out more, and they did lose them, got into fights behind them, they got hazed. Nothing major, but it was major hazing. How would members of death row feel about somebody trying to steal a chain, especially off somebody who was a homeboy? Yeah, we heard that there was a bounty put on them, so we were all on alert. I didn't wear mine out. If I went to the end, the entourage or something like that, I just didn't need the drama. So to lose one back at that time, it would have, you know, had probably to retaliate. You would have had to probably retaliate in some way, not the artist or myself, but definitely the homeboys. Okay. And is it fair to say that that's particularly true if somebody is trying to take a chain from a homeboy? Here we go again. Now it's gone from taking a chain to try and take a chain. You said, did it happen? Or definitely, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they would definitely have to prove their status. So I guess you're right. They might be disowned or something if there wasn't any retaliation or something behind you losing their chain. Again, now he's trying to figure out what the prosecutor wants from him. Now, you've obviously heard a lot of talk. It's common knowledge that there was an incident at the Lakewood Mall involving Trayvon Lane. Is that right? Yes, sir. Was Mr. Suge Knight aware of the incident where somebody attempted to take Trayvon's chain from him? Here we go now. See, already the narrative's changed. Again, like I said, yeah, I don't know how. I don't know if it was Jay or June or May when it happened, but it was only like a couple of months prior to the incident, the MGM that his chain was. We always got the word attempted. I don't know if Mr. Knight gave him one or if there's evidence out there that it was taken. You think if you were the head of security, you'd probably want to know that? I don't know, maybe. Mr. Knight might have wanted to save face and gave him one, but I know he still claimed to always have his chain. Even to this day, I still see him wear the chain. All right. But in terms, this is kind of blows his narrative. All right. But in terms of you, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur, where somebody at least attempted to take away Trayvon Lane's chain. See how he's losing ground here? It was very well known around the label. Say that. And it's fair to say that were they aware, and were you aware that people associated with the Southside Transcripts were the ones who are allegedly responsible for trying to take away or actually taking away the death row chain? Yeah. Okay. Nice wordsmithing. Allegedly responsible. Yes, sir. And did you have some amongst the label where there was a problem, a person in particular that you all felt might have been responsible for trying to take the chain off Trayvon Lane? I don't know if I learned that later. Okay, so if you didn't know, we'll move on. Okay, all right. Now you've got Trayvon Lane, who's involved in that incident at the Lakewood Mall. You've got Mr. Shakur. You've got members of Mob Piru. You've got Mr. Knight planning on coming to Vegas for the Tyson Zelda fight. Is that right? Well, guess what? That is absolutely critical important. Yes, sir. Did you come with them or did you come before them? I came out the day before. There was a class. Question. He gets interrupted. Let me guide it a little bit clearer or make it clearer. And this word right here, to Jesse's point, will guide it a little bit clearer or make it clearer. So you get here before them. You said part of the things you were concerned about was logistics, particularly associated with the club. This is the way, the wordsmithing that they're using to try to wrap up security as being interested, where it wasn't one or the other thing. Okay, is that right? Yes, sir. Which club are we talking about? Club 662 was a club Mr. Shakur had to do Mr. Knight was planning on trying. Starts to say things. There's a club where Mr. Shakur had to do well, no, he didn't have to do anything. Mr. Knight was planning on trying. No, he wasn't trying on doing anything. Or people thought he owned the club, which I know he wasn't at that point the owner of the club, but that was what was projected out there, what people believe. But and since he's struggling at this point to answer the question, the prosecutor says, let me make this clear so we can give you an yes or no question. Did you come out here to meet with an attorney to talk about running the club and conforming to Nevada regulations as it relates to running a club? Oh, gosh. Couldn't have said it better myself. And what was the name of the attorney? George Kalisis. And when you, as part of coming out here early, did you have your security folks come out here early as well? Yes, sir. Who? And as part of that, because you learned that you needed to have a work card to be able to work at a club? Objection, leading the witness. Yes, sir. Because Frank Alexander, we already showed him, Frank Alexander, Michael Moore, Al Giddens, they all had work cards. Did you have to take a class associated with the work card? Yes, sir. Did you and your people take that class? My people did. I didn't go. So my question is then, why were you even at the nightclub if you didn't have a car? If you didn't have a card and you didn't take the class, why were you even at the night card? It would be amusing to me to think that the reason that these guys lost the club because the only guy who's in charge of everything and making sure the club goes right is the one that doesn't have a card. That would be funny. And you were where it's supposed to be a big event. Yes, it did. Okay. Where was it located? 1700, 1701. Listen, guys, I'm trying to get through this as quick as I can. And that's how far away from the strip would you say it was 17 blocks? So you don't remember. Yeah, 1700. Okay. All right. So then what then was part of your concern about running the club, the concern that you wanted to be in his, this is so great, that part of your leading the witness. And so what would keep this club running? Yes, sir. So there you go. I just gave you your bit right there. Was the club at that time new or was it old? Well, it had been a club previous. Like I said, I was learning then, but the main reason why we had got Mr. Cleese was assuring us we were going to get scrutinized that night heavily and we should be on point, and this is how we should do these things. And real shortly, Mr. Knight, or whoever he had, because I don't know that part today, was going to put the name of the club into. It should be getting finalized if everything went well that night. Because this was not a club that Mr. Knight at that time opened up every night or every weekend. It had been opened up under his management, which was Tammy Hawkins, I guess would be the correct word, 8 times, which would mean Fridays and Saturdays on those 4 previous fight nights that I mentioned. And one time we shot a video, which wasn't open to the public, for a St. Ides beer or liquor commercial. We shot a video in there. It was the only time the club ever opened during Mr. Knight's reign. Was it your understanding that the hope was that this night went successfully, you guys would get the proper certification and be allowed to open the club more and do business at Club 662? You put it in correct words. Yes, of course you did. Because you're putting the narrative out there. You know? Okay. Now, you were given any instructions as to whether or not you should be or were allowed to have firearms at the club. Now, were you given any instruction or allowed to have firearms at the club? And trying to get this business deal down. So he's already accepted this proposition that it's not about the safety of the artist, it's about getting the business deal done. So either myself or Mr. Kalisis in the meeting that I had with all my security, who are mainly off-duty or retired police officers. Oh, you mean the security, the security meeting that you've denied for years ever happened? Yeah, okay. And I informed then on Mr. Kalisis, I forget who it was, but I echoed that if it wasn't the one that said it, banned them from having their firearms on them inside the nightclub. Told them we didn't want that night, didn't want to see any guns. If they had a problem with it, don't come to work. And Kevin Hackey didn't come to work. All right, now I'm going to focus your attention to the day of the Tyson Selden fight. So we were on Friday. Now we're moving on to Saturday, the day of the fight. Okay, do you recall where you were staying? At the Luxor. Where was everybody else staying? The staff, working staff, and the artists. But Mr. Knight and about 3 of his friends. Mr. Knight had just purchased a home out here about 4 months prior. He had got a lot of renovation done. As a matter of fact, we were having the next day a big family reunion, meaning Sunday. We were all planning to have he had all of his family members out to go to the club, of course, and we were going to have a big family reunion. He was giving a big party because he wanted to show off his house. But they were at the house. Maybe 4 of the people were going to be at the house. So, but the artists like Shakur, the Outlaws, other artists, they were staying at the Luxor. Even myself, I had a room at the Luxor. You were at the Luxor as well? Yes. And so other staff and security, were they staying at the Luxor as well? Yes. Okay, what time do you recall the Tyson fight was supposed to start? Generally 7:30 to 8 o'clock is when you would want to be over there. Yes, you would want to be over there. Yes, sir. And when did Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight arrive, if you know? Well, at the Luxor. Oh, driving from LA? Yeah. About 3-ish, 4-ish that day. Yes, sir. And did you see them when they arrived? I seen Mr. Shakur for sure. I think Mr. Knight came by the hotel. Don't remember him getting out or anything because it was like a rush because he was trying to get to the house. It was a little, rush. We always running behind late and running late. But he didn't get out and come to the hotel and walk around and mingle. What would you describe this night as being organized or unorganized? Well, my side, I was the logistics guy, so I guess it would be my fault, but we were a kind of an unorganized crew. Well, how about the security side? Good Lord. Was it your intention to go to the fight that night? Actually, yes. What happened? Were you able to go to the fight? I didn't go because of issues at the club, of course. I guess the cash register wasn't working. And us being unorganized, where even to the fact that Mr. Shakur called me looking for Mr. Knight. Well, that validates what Frank Alexander and Michael Moore said, doesn't it? That they called him looking for Mr. Knight, as everyone always did, and pretty much informed me that he's tired of going to the fight late because Mike Tyson fights usually be over back then in the first round. And even Mr. Shakur was in his music. He had rapped a song for him to enter into the ring and wanted to drive there, wanted to be up for that. So he and his security caught a cab over to the fight. So Mr. Shakur took a cab to the MG Grand fight. Yes, sir, to the Luxor. You mentioned his security. You recall who his security was? Yes, sir. Who was that? His name was Frank Alexander. All right. So the same person you had talked about earlier at the Soul Train. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. So when Mr. Shakur and Mr. Alexander were off at the MGM Grand, do you ever make it to the MGM Grand at all? Okay, so when Mr. Shakur and Mr. Alexander are off at the MGM Grand, which means when he went over there before 8 o'clock when he's waiting for Suge, he said, I went by there, saw that parking, and we had a little Nextel walkie-talkies, and I was getting a lot of feedback and issues with my security, and I just elected to go to the club. Wow. I was getting a lot of feedback. We had little Nextel walkie-talkies. Frank didn't have a Nextel walkie-talkie. Michael Moore didn't have a Nextel walkie-talkie. Remember that, Reg? Facts matter. With my security, I just elected to go to the club to make sure everything was in order at the club. Is it fair to say your focus of this weekend was executing the club going off well? Sure it was, because he didn't care about security. And were you aware whether or not there was supposed to be a performance at the club? Yes, sir. Who was supposed to do it? Well, I know an artist that we had just signed from Bad Boy Records. Who was supposed to perform at the club that night? Well, I know an artist that we had just signed from Bad Boy Records. We had started up a Death Row East. Really? His name was Craig Mack. He was going to perform there. But Mr. Shakur, and he mumbles, the guy worked out because he had done some community service that was needed. Okay, well, here we go again with the Tupac needed to do community service in Nevada for some alleged thing he did in California. We were doing some community service where they're donating some of the proceeds to this boxer foundation, Barry's Boxing, for the Las Vegas Police Department. And so Mr. Shakur was going to be the one to perform. Okay, all right. So that night, you spend most of the evening at Club 662, not doing security. And Mr. Knight and some of his entourage are at the MGM. Yes, sir. So you don't see the fight. You don't go at all. Yes, that's correct. So while you're working on logistics at Club 662, again, this is the get out of jail free card that they're trying to get past the jury. Working on logistics at Club 662. How is that going as the evening progresses? Well, I was kind of proud of it. Finally working the way it was supposed to work. The club, as far as the crowd control outside, because we contracted Las Vegas Police Department. Yeah, it wasn't because of your own security. That's for damn sure. And I don't know if it was an on duty or off duty, officers, but they were in uniform to control the parking lot and the crowd control from the door on. And then my security had it from the inside of the door on, and it was very organized. Metro Police did a good job that night. At some point, did you see people come to you and say, hey, something actually gone wrong that night? Yeah. Can you tell us about that? Okay, this is important, guys, so tune in and keep the lights up, please. Don't know the approximate time. I guess it was like 11 o'clock, 11 or something, where two gentlemen we talked about earlier, Roger Williams, a.k.a. Neckbone, and a.k.a. Buntry, like a country, but with a B, came inside the club, and they was like, Reggie, Suge and Pac just got shot down in the street. I initially thinking they tripping because I wasn't with them, and Suge told y'all to come here and tell me that. But they were like, no, we're serious. By this time, Mr. Kalisis was near me. George Kalisis, the attorney, he kind of confirmed it to me like, yeah. And I'm also seeing a few of the Las Vegas police that was working the door or working, the parking lot, or maybe visiting the guys that were working. I don't know. But they were leaving with lights and sirens going towards. Isn't that funny? Because didn't Reggie say that he was standing outside the club with Michael Moore and he saw the cruisers running by Code 3? Wasn't that what he said? Seem to remember that. I'll have to pull that one. So if that it was true, prior to hearing from Buntry Neckbone that Suge and Tupac had been shot, had you heard anything about a fight at the MGM or Southside, an issue with the Southside Crips at all? Answer, nothing. That's the only problem I had with my security, blaming Frank, that he didn't notify me when it transpired. So let's get that part straight first. How many of you, show of hands, honestly believe that not a single person after the scuffle with Orlando Anderson, the Southside Crips, and their rush to get out of the MGM Grand, okay, and all of that brouhaha, that not a single person called the head of security, that Frank never said anything to Reggie about it. Of course, Frank's not here to defend himself. That Frank didn't say anything about it, that none of the Outlaws said anything to anybody about it, that Buntry and Neckbone, none of these people ever said anything. Suge said he said send 5 guys from the club. Suge says that he told Reggie about that. So there's definitely a problem with conflicting stories here already. But he said, and this is Frank Alexander talking about his walkie-talkie, because we had Nextels back then. Wait a minute. I have an interview from 2007 that Reggie said they didn't have Nextels. What a lie. Back then, where they could see, we said they had Nextels, and Reggie did an interview, I think it was with allhiphop.com, and he said that they didn't have Nextels, that they have Motorola's, and he was going to sue the Nextel company like that, where they could operate with 2 radios. They had a dual, it could be a phone or it could be like a walkie-talkie. He didn't notify me, but this was his first day back from being off for like a month, like a week, and he said he hadn't gotten his walkie-talkie or it was dead. No, Kevin Hackey had the walkie-talkie and Reggie knew it because he was bitching at Frank the whole time about Reggie didn't come with the walkie-talkie. But no one had told me what happened, which, to be honest, a fight, it was kind of common. Yeah, I was going to follow up to the question, was working for or doing security for Death Row Records by this time for about a year and a half. For years before, and having moved it for years, were fights common or uncommon? Kind of common. Was it something you would have been overly concerned about if you'd heard that there was a fight? It would have been explained to me, and the magnitude was yes, but just that, hey, they got into a fight with some guys at the MGM? No. Well, that's good security all by itself. So you're talking about the magnitude of who it was. Did you later come to learn that the person at the fight was with Orlando Anderson? Yes, sir. And at that time, were you aware that Mr. Anderson was a member of Southside Crips? Yes, sir. Wait a minute. He said he saw Southside Crips. I've got an interview where he said he saw Southside Crips outside the club. And people were telling him Southside Crips are hanging there. He said, big deal. And it would have given you concern, somebody who knew from gangs and growing up in Compton, gangs from just working with Death Row, would it have given you some concern that there was an altercation with a significant member of the Southside Crips? Yes, sir. Now, when Budry and Neckbone came out there, did you ever see their car? Yes, sir. Did you notice anything different about it? Yes, sir. What did you notice? There was a bullet hole in the left fender of his black Toyota Supra. And prior to that incident, or prior to seeing it that night, had you ever noticed that bullet hole before? The left fender. Yeah, no, sir. Was it your knowledge that it was common practice for guys from the neighborhood gang members to immediately fix bullet holes in their vehicles? You don't have to drive around with a car there's bullet holes in it. Mainly not so much for the embarrassment of having a gunshot, but because the police generally harass you a little more because they believe, and I believed when I was a police officer, someone had recently been shot at, they carry a gun to protect themselves because, one, they either have issues with somebody, or two, maybe in fear of, I'd rather be judged than be carried. So I had talked about at the beginning of this that your father, Reggie Wright Sr., was a lieutenant for the gang unit. Yes, he was. So he was in Vegas or he was in Compton during this time? No, he was in Compton. Well, I guess he was at home. Well, you should know. You called him there. So you don't know, but to your knowledge, he definitely wasn't in Vegas. He wasn't in Vegas now. Did you go after the shooting? Did you go ultimately make your way down to UMC? Yes, sir. Did you drive there or did somebody else drive you there? No. Mr. Kalisis, the attorney, because I didn't know my way around Vegas like that, but he drove me to the hospital. During this time, did you see Mr. Knight? Yes, about 2 hours probably after the shooting, I saw him in the emergency room at the hospital. Is it fair to say he survived the shooting? Yes, sir. To your recollection, did he stay there for a few days or was he released that night? Like we've been saying, no, he left. How injured can you be if you're leaving out of the emergency room and you're back at your house by 7 a.m. that day? There's no bullet in his freaking head. That morning he was there. And Mr. Shakur, he's still in this hospital? Yes, sir. Were there a lot of friends associate the hospital gathered at the incident while Mr. Shakur was being treated? Yes, definitely later. Not upon that. Were they upset? They were very upset. Would it be fair to say or unfair to say that they were under the distress of what they just experienced, Mr. Shakur getting shot at? I guess they would be. I guess that's fair. Did you talk to any of these people about what happened? I mean, people where the tension was up there, the artists, the people, not the guys meaning the homeboys. Maybe talk to them a little later. It was mainly like people from the club that heard about it and started filtering themselves over, which would have been people that didn't have too much know. Yeah. But ultimately, did you talk to some of the homeboys and the artists As a result of talking to the homeboys, did you call your father? Yes. What have we been saying? What did Tim Brennan say? Within minutes of the shooting, there was a call. And then he said, why did you call? Why did you call him? Want to know. Well, initially I called him just to tell him, hey, Tupac and Suge got shot. But now I know probably later, and I'm sure I was calling and talking to him all that night, but I do remember relaying something to him. Now, Tim Brennan said it was within minutes of the shooting. And he and the attorneys make it a point to say, oh, you mean later that, like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, sometime that evening, did you feel the need to relay information to your father? So they're trying to distance it so that why would you be throwing that in there like that? Okay. And I knew the gentleman from the neighborhood associated with us, the mob Pyrus Litter Park, were very upset about it. Were you concerned about that there would be violence in Compton as a result of what happened in Vegas? Yes, sir. Who cares? Why would you care? Why would you care about Compton violence? Yes, sir. And contacting your father, who was lieutenant of gang, seemed like information he should know. Okay, you're rationalizing the action then. Yes, sir. All right. Of course, of 27 years since the shooting, there have been all sorts of theories about who was responsible for shooting Mr. Shakur. You're aware of that. Yes, sir. In fact, you're aware of one particular theory that you yourself are responsible for the shooting of Mr. Shakur. Is that right? Yes, sir. Those damn conspiracy theorists. I have to ask you, are you responsible in any way for the killing of Mr. Shakur? No, sir, Bob. Don't tell me that. Finally, is it true that in 2017, you were convicted of felony sales of marijuana? Well, you were charged with a whole lot of other things, but you pled to the others. Yes, sir. And was there another felony as well as that? Yes, money laundering associated with the sales of the marijuana. And were those felonies in federal court? Is that fair? Yes, that's correct. All right. Do any members of the grand jury? We're almost done, guys. I have any questions? Okay. By a juror, did your security team know that the Southside Crips were here? And if so, do you know why they were here? Well, to be honest, that night, everybody thought they had a little bit of money in the urban communities, came to Mike Tyson fights from every neighborhood. And to say that they knew that they were here, no, sir, but Mike Tyson fights back then in urban areas, communities were big things. Okay, well, he knew that Southside Crips were there because they were in the parking lot of Club 662, and that was pointed out to him. But in his interview, he said he didn't care. So good luck on that one. All right. So it's fair to say they should have assumed those guys would be here. That would be correct, but we never thought something like that would happen in Vegas. And so here comes the attorney again to bail him out. To clear that up a little bit, you had mentioned that you were here 3 times prior before fights. Is that correct? That's correct. When you said people from the neighborhood, fair to say a lot of gang members would come out to Vegas for Tyson fights. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what I mean by urban community areas. It was a big thing. Like when you all had an all-star weekend out here. And so it wouldn't necessarily be surprising to see all sorts of different gang members from Pyrosets, Bloodsets to be here for a fight. Yeah, that's correct. Even at our club, to be honest. And you did not. Well, let me ask you this. Did you expect there to be any violence out here just because people from different sets were out here? Not because of anything that was going back in our neighborhood, but just a new beef? Yeah. People sometimes get into arguments out here for all sorts of reasons. But you didn't think Compton politics, gang politics would make it out to Vegas. Is that fair? And in the worst decision known to man, yeah, I didn't think so. All right. So there was no rumor. Well, you said you've got all these people from LA coming up. There could be trouble, but there was no rumor prior to that you know if something big was going to happen, that something was going to happen. Beyond the whole bad boy thing and beyond the whole bad boy problem? Now, clearly not. Nobody from Bad Boy would be in Vegas that weekend, so I can't imagine any problems. No, I mean, the rumor of the chain snatching, we knew there were problems with Southside Crips, but that's every day, even though the chain snatching, to be honest, Pyros are Crips, but not like the night of the fight, something's going to go down. Generally, they will be respectful in clubs unless it's an incident really going on or something like that happen. But to see them, we just wouldn't have expected to be an issue. It's just like when we saw them at the Soul Train Award, it wasn't an issue because Bad Boy, but it was an issue because the Pyros on the south side were having a problem. We're 8 miles wide. We go to the same schools, the same thing. So next juror says, so the retaliation that was expecting for the chain attempted snatching you guys thought at this time that was over, that the retaliation was over? No, sir. Just you talking about from the Lakewood Mall incident, if they could, as they did, if they would have saw them, the person that perpetrated it, there probably would have been an incident. But they didn't expect to see them. No, because clearly nobody from Southside Crips goes to Vegas. And it was by coincidence that they saw this gentleman. But that wasn't the target that night. That wasn't the target. Mr. Palau, can I clarify? Were you aware whether or not my Pyru was hunting for Orlando Anderson or other Southside Crips that night? I don't honestly think Trayvon Lane knew who he was until he saw him at the MGM and said, oh, that's him. There he is. So to your knowledge, Trayvon Lane did not know Orlando Anderson. Really? I think he probably would have learned it by then. Correct. He just knew by face and where they were coming from. And we already went over that. We already ran over that whole MGM thing. If you guys think that he knew him by face and he recognized him down the hall and by the elevator bank, you're welcome to think what you want, for sure. I can't honestly say if Trayvon knew, but I think when he saw Mr. Anderson in the club, he was shocked and like, hey, there go that guy that tried to take my chain. Okay, there we go with the tried to take my chain. I think the point is you guys didn't have a plan. Oh, listen to this, juror. I think the point is you guys didn't have a plan. Like, hey, when we go out to Vegas, we're going to find these Southside guys and we're going to get them. Well, they didn't have a plan at all. I thought that's where they were going with this, but clearly the plan was we're going to find these Southside guys and we're going to get them. Yeah, okay, yes, sir. Do you still have your death row pendant? Yes, sir. Oh, geez, that was nice, juror. Thanks for nothing there. The foreperson. Any more questions? And we are done with today's. We got several more we can go through in another stream, but those are the big ones from the grand jury testimony of Keefe D. Now, you guys are going to have to decide. I read you the 3 biggest testimonies in the grand jury. Now, I did see that they had where they're going to present more, that they were going to provide more of the, I just don't know if I can find it fast enough here. There we go. All right. So it looks like, and this is the indictment, the 10-page indictment. So these are the witnesses that are going to be testifying in front of the grand jury. Okay. Name a witness testifying before the grand jury. So I'm assuming these will also be witnesses that will be in the final in trial in court. All right. So we have Gavins, who's the medical examiner. We have her testimony. Greenwich, we have him. Highmart, we have him. Leonard, we have him. Ladd, we have him. Denote, Dirt Rock, we have them. Kevin Manning, which is interesting because Kevin Manning was the original lead detective. Cliff Mogg, who took over for him. Dean O'Kelly, he was the bike cop. Kenneth Rios, the other bike cop. Ingrid Stokes. That name doesn't sound familiar to me, so I'll have to figure out who that is. And of course, finally, there you go. So also additional witnesses, a district attorney, a custodian of records. So those are all of the people that can testify. And there it is. You guys heard it from the horse's mouth. So at the end of the day, we had a great turnout. You guys hung in there for the duration, man. Kudos to you. What a marathon that was. I talked for literally fucking 4 hours. I can't even believe I did that. But we have that. That's done. M-Theory says, RJ, are there any testimonials that you think have more crucial info in them aside from the ones you just covered? No. The other ones, they were the bike cops. They just said that they didn't see anything. And that they actually thought that Suge going down the hall, that Suge and Tupac were the shooters. And so instead of chasing the white Cadillac, apparently, they decided to go chase Suge Knight and Tupac to where they crashed. So that was what they did do. So again, will they ask these questions at trial? Yes, they will, because they have to reinforce what they asked the grand jury and make sure that those same points are brought up, because you can't tell one thing to a grand jury and then tell something completely different to the regular jury, because then it looks like you bent the narrative just to get the indictment. Okay. So anyway, bottom line is that I think this is the weakest T in the world. Again, they arrested him. So, that there's that. I've seen the indictment. I didn't want to speak on it before I actually read the indictment and I actually saw the actual grand jury testimony. I didn't want to really say much about it because, knowledge is power. I mean, once you understand and you know what the people are saying, then you know what the game plan is. I just don't want to openly speculate about something, because that's not what we're about here. We're not about speculating. We're about facts. We're about getting to the fact of the matter. Okay, all the way around. And listen, people need to fall off. I know they need to fall off. We're done. We're just wrapping up right now. So, I think that that was what a stream that was for sure. And then he says, and then of course we have our fellas. It's just waking up in Wales. Please leave this up. Okay, listen, I will. Well, you got that right. Yep. So let's see here. No, Philip Burke says, he says that they're going to give Keefe D a deal just to keep this from going to trial. No, that Keefe D won't take a deal, because the problem is they've got him on murder one. That's 25 to life. Minimum's 25. That he's got nothing to offer them because they put a gang enhancer on it as well. So he's talking about a life sentence, regardless of whatever kind of deal that they're going to make, with it. And it would be better for him, because this is what I'm seeing here. If they continue to keep running with the way that they're running right now, maybe Mogg, maybe Kevin Manning might add some technical stuff to the mix. I don't know. Hold on a second.
Or 2 to decline. Press 1 to start the call, or 2 to decline. Press 1 to start the call, or the call will start at the beep.
Live show.
Jay.
Hey, who's this?
This is buddy Gino, man.
Hey, what's happening, Valentino? Greetings.
Greetings, man. Nothing much, man. I enjoyed the show.
I'm glad that you did.
I was sitting back. Yeah, I was sitting back in the cut, man. I was doing a lot of thinking since I seen this case break over. I got a key element, though. I think I failed to realize. There was something about this case I always had bothered me, right? And that part was this. Why do they never talk about the death row police?
Well, that's because it doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't. They don't talk about it, because if they talked about that, then you would have to look at somebody else besides Keefe D or Orlando Anderson. That's why.
Right. But I'm gonna tell you something though. It's a part, man. I was really looking at something. I was going over some paperwork. So the stuff they found in the garage with Dave and Mac. This is me talking, and I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm starting to think now, really, Russell Poole did solve the case. That shrine that was found in that garage, right?
Yeah.
I really was thinking about the shrine part. The shrine part was very puzzling about Dave and Mac.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what kind of conclusion I came to about the shrine?
What's that?
I think he was showing some kind of remorse about this shrine, man. And what I mean by that is, it kind of seems like they done something wrong is the reason why he had that shrine in that garage. if you follow the shrine to finding the gecko bullets in his garage, it seems like now when I'm saying it, it's like 2 + 2 is 4.
Right.
They did this over here, and they missed their target, and they hit and killed Pop. And so now it kind of seems like, okay, yeah, we took the money and stuff, but man, we kind of messed it up big time, because you never know what kind of mind frame them guys was in. There was some wild cards, man, between him, Rafael Perez, and
yeah, they were.
Kevin Gaines.
No question about that. You know, there's many people. No, and I think it's not Valentino. It's Gino, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Gino. It's not Valentino. It's Gino. I think I misspoke. I thought when you said Valentino, I'm like, no, that's Gino. That's not Valentino. Sorry, guys. M Theory. That's
you all right?
yeah. So yeah, so no, man, I appreciate the good words. Like I said, you know, yeah, I think that there's still a lot of room to keep your mind open to possibilities because, you know, and the sad part about it is, regardless of whatever we find out, Vegas is now stuck. They put the lipstick on their pig and they're going to take it to the county fair to be judged. So, you know, whether or not, you know, they're successful or not, like I said, short of something that, you know, because I mean, I just, it cracks me up because even that thing about the Cadillac being rented and stuff like that, if they truly recovered a Cadillac that was stolen and they've got latent prints and all that kind of stuff on there, you know, I mean, and they recovered it within hours of the shooting, what are the odds that there would be two white Cadillacs stolen in Vegas in that same time frame and located within the area of the shooting? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just common sense.
Right.
That's just common sense. So, you know, if they took Keefe Davis's fingerprints or handprint and they matched it to the door or to the window or to some other fingerprints they had, they wouldn't have needed a grand jury. They wouldn't have needed all these people that got nothing to do with anything to get up there and testify. They would have said, they would have given it to the prosecutor and said, we got the guy, we can place him in the car. You know, that, I mean, that might be enough because they would at least get him for the theft of the car and then they could hold him over for the murder. So, you know, there's always that possibility there. But anyway, well, listen, man, I appreciate your calling in. I appreciate you taking the time to waste your time with my channel. You got a lot of choices out there where you can follow, brother. So I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. You know, I'm always a part of the knucklehead, dad, and ever, you know, when I ever get a thought of something, I be trying to get to you and let you chime in with what I'm thinking, because I can just, like I say, I just feel like it all coincides with me.
Yeah.
And on a leaving note, they did come out with a post later on the night saying that Suge Knight says he wasn't going to testify, and Tupac shooter ain't who the cops said it is.
Right. I gotta hear that one. That was on TMZ, if I'm not mistaken. You know, but he also said earlier that he told Reggie to send 5 guys from the club. So now they're kind of at odds because what Reggie's saying and what but you know what's funny about it is if you go back and you listen to that whole testimony that I just read, what time did Reggie ever say anything about Keefe Davis being a killer?
Right.
He didn't say a word. Didn't say a word about it. So my question is, what value did he add to the whole thing? What value does he add to the case other than to help try to explain what he knows about the differences and the friction between Southside Crips? You know, I mean, that's the thing that I can't get behind. I mean, you know, it's like talking about that gang war. You know, in Compton. In that year in Compton, there were 72 homicides that year. That's 6 homicides a month. If that gang war resulted in 3 homicides in 10 days, that's a normal month in Compton. In fact, that's light. Okay. That's light. If only 3 people died, that's only half of what they normally have in a month. And by the way, that was down from the 2 months earlier. Okay. Or the 2 years earlier. It was down, way down. So, you know, so there's just so many inconsistencies, but, you know, I can't say that, that anybody, well, I can actually say it. Nobody put the gun in Keefe D's hands. Nobody did anything to, you know, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Right.
You know, so we'll keep looking, we'll keep searching, we'll keep digging, you know, because again, just because, you know, I mean, honestly, I can ask you this question. I mean, raise a show of hands. How many times have you heard a black man wrongfully convicted? Okay.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
See what I mean? And that's why I'm really surprised there isn't more pushback from the community about a circumstantial case like this. Yeah, it's Tupac. I get it. But how many times have we been down this path before where the cops will go in with like very scant evidence, a bunch of hearsay, no direct evidence, and want to pick somebody that they're going to hang for the crime, the human sacrifice?
Right.
You know, why? Just to shut everybody up? You know?
Yeah. And also, man, if you ever notice, everybody that's supposed to be Tupac's friend here in this news, majority of the people not saying nothing, not even happy, because I believe majority of them don't believe the bullshit.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of skepticism in the community about this whole thing. So, you know, it is. And well, it should be. I mean, you know, there's such a high degree of institutional distrust in our society right now these days. So we definitely have to do that. Well, listen, buddy, I got to jump, but thank you so much for your input and your being a true knucklehead. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all my knuckleheads for sure. But I got to be honest with you, dude, I've been talking 4.5 fucking hours. I got to go. I got to shut up now. I got to be quiet.
Okay, bro. All right, my friend. Well, I'll holler at you later, man.
Sounds good, man. Looking forward to it. Take care.
All right, you take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, later.
All right. All right, guys. Holy mackerel. I am tired. Okay. Well, you know, it's interesting because the thing about it is this might be the one opportunity that group has to actually speak up on things, that they might actually have an opportunity, because what I've always been concerned about is that they've been afraid, Orlando Anderson's family has been afraid to speak up for fear that they might cross Keefe D, that they might cross him if they say, well, it didn't happen, he wasn't telling the truth about it, et cetera, et cetera. The best thing that family could do for him at this point is get out there and say he's not telling the truth. That's the best way they could save him. I know that sounds like that's reverse logic, but it's true. And this would be the time, if they want to come out, that they're going to be helping him. His feelings might get hurt, but they're gonna go after him like that. So definitely, you know, yeah. nice one there. So, all right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to jump. Thank you so much for everything. The replay will be up there. Tell your friends about it. Let's try to get this thing to go viral, shall we? All right. And we will catch you guys soon. Have a great evening. Take care.